Good evening and welcome to the November 25th City Council. I will call to the meeting to order and start with the roll call. We'll just do a regular roll call here. Councilmember McCormick.
Present.
Councilmember Candell.
Present.
Councilmember Anduri.
Present.
Vice Mayor Kwok. We'll just do a regular roll call here. Councilmember McCormick. I sound good. Okay, thank you very much. All right, we are all here. Excellent. With that, we will call for an adoption of the agenda.
I move that we adopt today's agenda.
Is there a second?
It's still going.
Oh, is it still doing? Yeah. Okay, thanks. Okay, thank you very much. All right. Excellent. Is that the roll call for an adoption of the agenda?
I move that we adopt today's agenda.
Good, okay, thank you. Thank you, and welcome to our new AV operator. Is there a second to the motion to adopt the agenda?
I second.
Okay, thank you, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The agenda is adopted, and we will now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Now it is time for public comments for items that are not on the agenda. Are there any public comments?
Yes, Mayor. I have a speaker in the community hall, Meredith Mead, if you'll come to the podium. Anyone in our virtual audience that wishes to make a comment at this time, raise your hand.
That was quick. Hi, Meredith Mead, 880 Broadmoor Court. And first, I'm here speaking just as a public citizen. Then I'll get on to my business. But I first, as a public citizen, want to say congratulations to Mayor Dawson and Councilmember Anduri and Councilmember McCormick on winning the election. Thank you, Vice Mayor Kwok, for Vice Mayor, right? Yes. For your service, and we are sad to see you go. And congratulations to all 5 of you on the passing of Measure H. I personally know that all 5 of you worked very hard on that, and our city was very lucky to have that joint leadership from all of you to push it over the goal line, so thank you very much. Now I am here in my capacity as Lafayette School District Governing Board President. This might be my last official act before I am done and retired, but I am here to let you know that we recently passed a new Safe Routes to School board policy at our November 13th meeting. And to go along with that, a new administrative regulation. Our new Safe Routes to School board policy actually prohibits Class 3 e-bikes and e-scooters from our school campuses. And we went about amending our policy because of the some staff and community concerns about students being unsafe on our school campuses with them. As we went about amending this policy, we realized that the e-scooters, Class 3 e-bikes and all e-scooters it's actually illegal for anyone under the age of 16 to be riding them. I did not know that that was the case. Our own police department has an excellent brochure, and thank you to Chief Aldrett for sharing that with us, outlining which bikes are allowed for which ages. And we will be sending out we have been doing communicating with our school community to let them know about this. And when the policy is going to be enacted is still up to our superintendent. It will be happening over the next couple of months, I think. But I wanted to let all of you know that also, just because I personally who live on the trail see students younger than the age of 16 riding e-scooters, and I think what are class 3 e-bikes, they're the faster ones. So I'm hopeful that we can, we only have, as you know, control over our school campuses, but I'm hopeful that we can join together as a community to try to encourage parents and students to use motor vehicles that they are allowed to use. And also, just as an aside, and I brought the policy and I'll leave it with Narup so that she can share it with you guys, but we're also, part of this new policy will be doing, the students have to register their class 1 and class 2 bikes with the school so we know who is riding them, and they also will have to take a special safety course that is yet to be designed, but that will be designed. So we're excited, sorry.
Oh, thanks, Meredith. Sorry, yeah, I'm looking at the time. Thank you so much.
Sure.
First off, that is wonderful, actually, that you've passed that policy. And special thanks to Chief Aldred and Andrew Comley as well, because they put together that brochure and have been doing work. And I know our own Suzanne Ayarla has helped with getting the word out, but this will be great. We'd love to get the word out too with the new policy.
Awesome, terrific. I'll leave it with Narup.
Thank
Okay,
you.
great,
Thanks
thanks so
Meredith.
much.
And thank you for your service. Is there another comment? Oh, okay. Sorry, it sounds like our mics are not working? Oh, okay, thank you. I will do so. Are there any, oh, all right. We'll wait a moment.
Mayor, the mics in the room are not working there. They're working on troubleshooting. People can hear us on Zoom and YouTube, so speak up for the persons in the audience if you don't mind, and they're working on it.
Thank you. Okay, great. Yeah, that's very loud, actually. So thank you for that. Is there any more public comment?
Anyone in our virtual audience? Yes, I have one hand raised, and that would be Dawn Ames. So you'll be given 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. Thank you.
Welcome, Dawn.
Thank you. The tree ordinance discussion brought to my mind the $25,000 downtown street improvement master plan
You're
completed.
live, Dawn, if you can unmute yourself.
Oh, I did. I thought.
There you go. Nope, you're there. You're unmuted. Go ahead and speak.
Hey, good evening. Thank you. Good evening. The tree ordinance
Sorry,
discussion.
Dawn, we're having problems hearing you.
Can I do anything on my end? The tree ordinance discussion brought to mind the $25,000 downtown street improvement master plan completed in 1988, which has not been reviewed or updated for 36 years. However, the general
Is there any
plan.
public?
Hello? The general plan, downtown specific plan, downtown design guidelines, and parking management plan have been revised. All of the CEQA waivers, housing element, vision zero, and development have increased congestion and adversely impacted the mission of the city. That mission being to preserve the semi-rural, quaint, small-town character of the city.
These are updates from various city departments. And the first is from engineering. Prior to the start of the rains, we were able to complete patch paving on Estates Drive, the west end of Mount Diablo, Via Roble, and Valente Court. And we also performed a maintenance striping on Oak Hill Road and on Hidden Valley Road as part of a traffic calming project. And now our focus in engineering is really keeping the storm drains clear, roads clean. I want to provide the community with an update on PG&E's Pipeline Pathway Safety Project. And if you'll indulge me, I'm just going to provide a little bit of a background before I deliver an update. In 2014, the PG&E initiated a region-wide program called the Pipeline Pathways Project, which involved the removal of trees adjacent to its gas transmission pipelines. At that time, PG&E indicated it needed to clear the areas around pipelines of trees so that first responders and crews could have immediate access to the pipes and pipelines so they could be inspected. In 2015, and this project was statewide. In 2015, PG&E provided the city with a list of trees that PG&E wanted to remove. And at first, it was 272 trees, later whittled down to 207 trees in 2018. These trees were deemed unacceptable risk, and many of the trees were large oaks and other natives along the East Lafayette Moraga Trail, at the reservoir, and in Briones. In 2018, the number was 207, and in the following years, there was litigation with PG&E and separately with Save Lafayette Trees. In order to avoid litigation, the city and PG&E explored an option in 2021 in which the city and PG&E would come together, bring their gas pipeline safety experts and their arborists, evaluate these 207 trees to see which actually needed to be removed. This exercise took 3 years to complete, and given that time had passed since the earlier assessment, both the city and PG&E agreed that an updated assessment of those trees was necessary, which brings us to the present day. We just received a letter from PG&E today, and I'll read a part of it, that PG&E continually improves our processes and procedures to maximize the safety of our customers and communities. In addition, more recently, the U.S. Department of Transportation's Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration recently clarified the definition of a gas transmission pipeline. We have a couple of gas transmission pipelines in Lafayette and distribution pipelines in Lafayette. Based on this clarification, says PG&E, many of the pipelines in the Lafayette community have been reclassified from transmission to distribution pipelines. Our community pipeline safety initiative is focused on gas transmission pipelines. With this adjustment and our improved assessment of trees, we confirm all trees originally identified through the Community Pipeline Safety Initiative, the 207, can remain in place with ongoing monitoring. Just wanted to share the good news.
Thank you for that, and many thanks to the citizen group Save Lafayette Trees, and also those that were in the Gas Safety Alliance and the Gas Safety Task Force that worked with the CPUC, PG&E, and the city to bring both gas safety improvements as well as save the trees. So that's a good outcome. Very glad of that. And we'll look forward to PG&E now taking these 70-year-old distribution lines into their better care and programs as well. So that'll be great. Are there any questions for the city manager? And by the way, City Manager Naru, thank you very much for your guidance through that, and to council for their work through that over the past couple years. well, I had to recuse myself. So I appreciate all that work, and I'm sure the community appreciates the improvements as well as the trees remaining in the community. And thanks to PG&E for their collaboration as well. Are there any questions? Any questions from the public? Okay, with that, we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is presentations, and we are going to start with the All Ages Recreation Downtown Awards. Yay!
Is this, it is working, okay. Well, I guess that the city of Lafayette is not the only one experiencing technical difficulties. In the interest of time, I emailed my presentation and it didn't go through, so I am going to do a very quick presentation because I know you have a packed agenda, and then give you a little highlight reel of the photos from the past year. So I'm Grace Dixon. I'm the president of All Ages Recreation Downtown, a 501c3 and 509a2 nonprofit public benefit corporation founded in 2023 because Lafayette lacks adequate park facilities funds. Given, I already said that, tonight's packed agenda. At any rate, we are here to present the City of Lafayette with a check for $50,000 towards the Two Parks Collaborative Project. We're very excited. A few of our board members will join me tonight, including our co-founder and my one daughter, Eden Hall. She's via Zoom from Princeton, and my daughter, Claire Mueller. And David Clark was supposed to be here, but I don't see him, so maybe he's online via Zoom. The $50,000 donation was made possible in large part due to ARD receiving the Community Foundation of Lafayette's Silver Anniversary Grant for $25,000. Plus, they took us on as a special project that included seed money and highlighting ARD during an auction event. Beyond that, the Community Foundation Board has donated hours of their time to staff ARD activities, and the teens on their junior board of directors spent many hours designing and hot gluing the engaging miniature train, farm, and dinosaur play tables that kept toddlers engaged for hours. This upcoming year, we are thrilled that Lafayette Juniors has chosen ARD to be one of the 3 beneficiaries for their ongoing fundraising efforts. We are also very happy to say that net 95% of ARD's donations are directly applied to no-cost all-ages recreation programs and destinations near downtown Lafayette. We don't have T-shirts. We don't we don't give out freebies. Everything we do, we use hot glue, zip ties, and a very skilled handyman to make sure that we're saving every dime. We would like to say that when I read the list of people and businesses and organizations and foundations that donated to ARD, it was 8 minutes. So I didn't have time. So I have to think of a better way to thank them because it's been amazing. So thank you. Oh, the 1 minute. Oh, there's David Clark. There you are. Woohoo. And then if we could show the 1 minute highlight reel from our year via Instagram. When you see these pictures, I'd like you to see how many times you see grandparents and parents and children and teens playing together, and how many times sometimes I just look at the age of the hands, because it's just incredible. And I'd also like for you to see that I could only fit 99 pictures in a reel. I found that out today. But I'd also like you to see that there aren't any cell phones in these pictures. That's incredible. And so it's just an incredible community feat that we were able to raise $50,000 altogether and have so much fun doing it. You can see that these are events from the Sustainable Lafayette, the Chamber of Commerce, Lamarinda Sunrise Rotary, Lafayette Rotary, El Pi. I'm sure I'm forgetting some, but these are events all year in the blazing sun and torrential rain. We've been there, and it's just been incredible. And that's it. And it loops. Thank you. That's it. Do we take a picture?
Yes, but Grace, thank you so much. Your efforts and forwarding this and your family, and of course the people you've mentioned. It has been an incredible thing for the community just coming together to do this, and even forward more, going forward towards new parks and new parks design. So thank you very much for your generosity through the years with your time and efforts and enthusiasm to really get this rolling and keep it going. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
But yes, let's take a photo. This is a great opportunity. First off, any other comments? Yes.
Just a quick comment. So I appreciate, Grace, that you thank the community and the foundations, and which I think is totally appropriate. But if anybody has any question of whether one person can make a difference, you are the poster child and the example for one person. I mean, we all need to be led sometimes, and you have done it. And so this is really thank you for all that you've done, and let's get this thing going.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other way. There you go.
Count of three for me. 1, 2, 3. Right, and everyone else good?
That's a wonderful way to start our presentations. All right. And next up is the Parks and Trails annual update. Welcome.
And I do have a slideshow to put on the main screen, please.
Check. Yeah, it's on. Well, thank you, Mayor Dawson and City Council members. My name is Frank Kukuro. I am the PTR chairperson for this year. And I'd like to take a minute and just introduce my co-commissioners. We have Justine Parmalee, Scott Robinson, Joe Doherty, Grace Dixon, Carol Singer, Allison Hill, and my favorite, Jeff Bellinger. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for allowing us to provide our annual update. One member who's not here I'd like to also recognize is Shane Reisman. I don't think he made it tonight. These people have worked very hard, ongoing, dedicating their time and energy to make sure that we have the best PTR program in the county. And I think from the slideshow you'll see and the updates we're going to give you, you'll realize that they've been doing a really good job for us. I'd also like to recognize Director Karianagi for his ongoing support, dedication, and leadership. He's a true leader. Okay, that goes to Joe.
Thank you. A couple of the ongoing duties of the PTR is, as you know, our primary role here is to advise you, the City Council, on matters that relate to parks, trails, and recreation. This includes various degrees of planning, budgeting, and project management that we work with staff, as well as with other commissions and commission departments, including Creeks, Planning, and Public Works. PTR commissions actively inspects and performs basic maintenance issues at all of our PTR facilities between all of the subcommittees. So we're out there, boots on the ground, inspecting our facilities and making sure they're right for the citizens of Lafayette. In addition, PTR has responsibility with input to the GPAC, as well as we manage the commemorative program for the city of Lafayette.
Thank you. We have a number of key partnerships that support the PTR efforts. Many are up on the screen. I'll note this is not an exhaustive list. The font was getting too small. There are so many groups that support the PTR and our efforts. I'd like to use my time, or our time tonight, to highlight the remarkable kids in our community. So the Youth Commission, they support events at the community center, including our haunted trail. The Junior Board of the Community Foundation of Lafayette helps to run pop-up recreation, and they built the picnic tables you can see there in that photo. And we have scouting organizations that continue to volunteer to clean up our trails and build projects that have a lasting impact throughout our community.
Thank you. Okay, some of the most current and impactful initiatives that the commission is involved in are the two parks collaborative effort, which we've been talking about here. That's Lee Creekside and Gazebo Parks. The growth of our child care programs, and the Recreation for All Ages downtown pop-up efforts that Grace talked about, and the Trails Subcommittee Trails Marker Report, where we have been doing an inventory of all of our trail markers, determining which ones need to be replaced, which ones need to be added, and which ones need to be repaired, and Commissioner Robinson's been instrumental in making that happen. And again, these efforts are designed to ensure that the residents of Lafayette have a top-tier PTR program, and from now and long into the future.
We had excuse me, there were a number of accomplishments this year. There were 9 listed up there, I think 9. I'd like to highlight 3 of those. The Lafayette Community Center playground had a soft opening in April and has quickly become a favorite playground amongst families in La Marinda. The ages 5 to 12 play area drew inspiration from its surroundings with natural elements such as trees, animals, and streams. And if you've been out there, you'll know what I'm talking about. The under 5 age area has an homage to the old red fire truck, along with a community store for kids to play pretend. And I've been out there many times and seen kids actually doing it. So they're really using this park. The improved lighting at the site means that families can play into the evenings and occasionally compete with pickleball for the good parking spots. The second point I'd like to highlight is the Moraga to Reservoir Rim Trail Bridge relocation. Over the last couple of years, we started to become concerned about erosion of the footings because it's on a steep hill from runoff. And the upper footbridge was moved to a more secure upstream location as a result. The initial estimate of the cost to address the issue in place was about $35,000. But by moving the bridge and reusing its components, we were able to complete the project at a cost of around $9,000. The trail rerouting was done by Commissioner Jeff Bellinger, and if you've been up there, you'll know that he had to hack his way through poison oak to make that happen. Finally, I'd like to point out the Community Park South Nature Trail. We added a trail this year. It's an extension of the South Nature Trail. The new section of the trail, which was created by a Trail Dogs organization volunteers under the direction of Commissioner Bellinger, extends from the South Eucalyptus Grove to the Community Park picnic area, and it provides a more natural and scenic path that parallels Las Trampas Creek.
Thanks, Scott. One of the goals of the commission here that aligns well with the city council is to be fire wise. We've got a lot of open space and a lot of ground growth to control. And one of the focuses of the staff has been to rid ourselves of dead wood and undergrowth to try to make the facilities more safe for both visitors to the park as well as fire-wise safe. Staff has implemented the removal of the deadwood is most recently we can see at the lower community now, which has opened up visibility from the street and the parking lot into the park, which actually accentuates and tells people more about our parkland here in Lafayette. The PTR is eager to establish the newest PTR property at Hamlin Open Space too, as well, as we look forward to getting that up and running and accessible to the public. We are also in the process of evaluating technology like a remote mower to help us keep down the growth in this new park as well as our existing parks.
Thank you. And this slide will look familiar. These challenges are not new. They have been ones that the PTR has faced for several years. We have a need for more parks and recreation facilities, from ball fields to childcare to downtown parks. And we are faced with not enough funding, either for acquiring new parkland and frankly for maintaining the facilities that we currently have. Further, there are limited acquisition options. Our published parkland acquisition and development plan highlights the potential opportunities in the community. But if or when these properties become available, we're competing with buyers in the market that don't have to go through a municipal negotiation process. It's a real challenge.
So they gave me the two funding slides. You can see from the last picture our cracked asphalt, and you can see in this slide the stains from the leaking of the ceiling inside the Lafayette Community Center. While we are all very pleased with the passing of Measure H, the half-cent sales tax, it really maintains our current level of service, and it would be very difficult to leverage those funds to take care of some of these maintenance needs. While I'll walk you through the slide here a little bit, we do have the problems at the community center with the roof, the Buckeye patio we've been evaluating for some time. When we get down to the parking lots, where it does say that we have our unfunded needs there, council has taken steps to apply general funds. So there is a total of $438,000 needed for those as an estimate for the parking lots. But we currently have $170,000 allocated that can be used towards parking lots, and the engineering department is working how to leverage those funds with their other road projects. There will be work on St. Mary's Road and opportunities to work on those parking lots or a parking lot along there while we go through that process. We mentioned that we're looking into some of the technologies and equipments needed for further fire abatement. While we are tackling further fire abatement efforts, we're also finding that we need more equipment, and not listed, and the commission's only hearing about this tonight. We have recently found out that our tractor that we use year-round for fire abatement and field work is in need of either an engine rebuild or possible full engine replacement. So just those maintenance needs that are going to be difficult to tackle even with the passing of Measure H. And then the budgets that the commission, my department oversee, are listed here. The general fund budgets, we're very happy once again to have that support for Measure H to help to maintain those funds. Not listed with the Parks and Trails maintenance, that $480,000, that's before the amount that is also in that budget for the parking lot improvement. So there is more funding in that particular program this year, but 480 is sort of the base amount for that. The enterprise fund, that is the recreation programs budget, is really balanced against revenue. Council made a decision years ago that the recreation programs should be self-sustaining. So we have about $2 million in revenue, and we have over $2 million in revenue and about $2 million in expenses. If there are overages in that account, it actually gets transferred back to the general fund and has helped to feed the surplus over years, which we've been very proud to contribute to that surplus. Our capital funds are the developer fees that come in. We are actually in Fund 12 for facilities in the red right now. We're paying ourselves back for the previous projects, and we're in a place, one of the challenges that was listed earlier, where developer fees are being collected at occupation, and while there is housing in the streamline right now or in the pipeline, we're not seeing those funds as fast as we have, so it's difficult to keep up with projects while we wait for those funds to come in, and in the same time inflation's impacting the cost of those projects. So that is a very big challenge for us to tackle in the years ahead. the current projects, and we're very excited to be tackling in the new year, working with Hamlin, and then working towards the Two Parks Collaborative Concept and our trail renovations.
So I'd like to thank the City Council for giving us the time to present our update this year. I'd also once again like to recognize my fellow commissioners for all their hard work and dedication, and open it up to any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. First off, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the work, incredible accomplishments. You know, we know we don't have enough parks, but what we do have are amazing gems of this community, and it's very much thanks to the work you do and the consideration you bring to that work. Are there questions from council? Okay. In that case, are there any other comments? Oh, let me get public comment.
Mayor Dawson, there are no speaker slips on this item and no hands raised.
Thank you. Please.
Okay, so let me just say that this is always a highlight for me to get the report, hear the report of the PTR Commission each year, because it's just amazing with 9 commissioners and each one of them working hard at their assignments. It's just amazing what you do. So thank you very much for all your contributions to the community.
And don't forget, Jonathan, you are really such a gem for Lafayette. We are so lucky to have you as our Park and Recs Director. Just appreciate everything you do with our commissioners, and there goes my voice. But everything this commission does is so appreciated by so many, and thank you for your impact to our city.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here tonight. All right, next up, we have the presentation for the East Bay Mud Reservoir Tower retrofit. Oh, thank you. And Councilmember Candell is recusing herself from this item.
Yes, I have a conflict of interest with East Bay Mud, so I need to recuse from this item, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council members. I'm going to provide a brief staff report, and then your representatives or liaisons to East Bay Mud, Vice Mayor Kwok, and Council Member Anduri may have additional comments. In January 2023, East Bay Mud staff presented the Lafayette Reservoir Tower seismic retrofit project to the City Council at a public meeting, featuring a tower shortened by 40 feet. They had earlier presented, they had introduced the matter to us earlier in 2017. The council and the community expressed concerns about the proposed design and the potential loss of the iconic tower that has symbolized Lafayette for decades. A group of Lafayette residents with extensive expertise in seismic structural retrofit design, structural engineering, architecture, and construction volunteered to review East Bay Mud's technical reports, analyses, and plans to see if the tower could be seismically strengthened in place in its original configuration rather than by shortening it. The committee presented its first report to the council in July 23 at a public meeting. These members are the members of this volunteer committee, and many of them are here this evening, are experts in their respective fields, and they spent countless hours over the last couple of years reviewing technical studies, reports, and plans in an attempt to work collaboratively and identify alternatives and mitigations. I want to stress and call attention to the fact that the committee's primary objectives for the ultimate retrofit design, they were and they continue to be safety, cost, and the third is community impact. Safety was always and continues to be paramount. Through an extensive analysis of the reports provided by East Bay Mud, the committee has found that the city and the broader region would be better served if the existing tower could remain in its existing configuration while still providing the required necessary seismic improvements. A retrofit of the upper one half of the existing tower, utilizing only a modest addition of mild steel reinforcement, would address seismic risk, life safety, code compliance, cost effectiveness, and environmental sensitivity. I want to acknowledge the cooperation and help provided by East Bay Mud staff and board member Gomez. They have always welcomed us, and we've had several meetings with them. And for almost 2 years, we've tried to work to see if East Bay Mud would consider an alternative design that is safe and that acknowledges that the 96-year-old tower and its surrounding environment clearly represent an important regional, cultural, and civic resources. What those attempts over the last couple of years have failed. And while Lafayette is home to the reservoir and the iconic tower, we recognize that the property is owned by East Bay Mud, and it is East Bay Mud who will decide how to proceed with the retrofit. The council has solicited community input at this point. All the meetings over the last 2 years that where the committee or East Bay Mud have spoken to the council have been public, but we've made a concerted effort to reach out to the community to ask for comments. We now suggest that the council ask the East Bay Mud Board if it would be willing to hold a joint community meeting early next year to solicit public comments on the retrofit design. With that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions, or would you like to add? Okay. Yes. So if there are no questions from council, we'll move to public comment right now.
The city council is taking.
Okay, that's what I'm wondering. Okay, so we'll get public comment first, and then we'll bring it back.
Okay, the city council is taking public comment on item 8C, the reservoir tower. Yes, I have them first.
Oh, yes, please. Okay, before we go into public comment, Councilmember Andari has some comments.
Thought I would be following Vice Mayor Clark on this, but because of some of the, okay, let me get it closer. Because of some of the reactions that we have seen to East Bay Mud's November 21st statement, I thought I should provide some perspective. So I don't know if this was on the East Bay Mud website. I think it's part of our materials. In the first paragraph, I'll just give the statements and then give my perspective on them. It says DSOD considers the tower to be a critical structure for dam safety because it also serves as a spillway and is the only safe method to drain water from the reservoir. Now, it's my understanding that it's not the only safe method, and here is a section of a September 1st, 2017 East Bay Mud statement, and I'll just read from it. Quote, the impact of a tower failure that affects East Bay Mud's ability to release water from the reservoir is expected to have limited impacts to the Lafayette community because the Lafayette Reservoir is a small watershed that does not yield significant runoff from local rainfall. There is low likelihood that runoff could exceed the reservoir's capacity should a tower failure occur, as we maintain reservoir levels to provide adequate runoff capacity. In the event of damage to the outlet, East Bay Mud would deploy portable pumps to further drain the reservoir if needed and then repair the outlet line, end of quote. The next sentence in the statement says, because of the safety deficiencies posed by Lafayette Tower, DSOD characterizes the risk downstream of Lafayette as, quote, extremely high, close quote. Now, this is simply untrue. And in this context, it's a very unfortunate statement to make. Let me read from DSOD's own materials. And I quote here, the downstream hazard is based solely on potential downstream impacts to life and property should the dam fail when operating with a full reservoir. The hazard is not related to the condition of the dam or its appurtenant structures. So the downstream hazard of the dam is classified as extremely high. And we learned during our August meeting in Sacramento with DSOD that 266 dams in California are classified as extremely high. Again, DSOD does not classify the downstream risk of Lafayette Dam or any of the other 265 dams as extremely high because of, quote, safety deficiencies, close quote. It is because of the location of the dam. Now, coming to the condition of the dam, the condition assessment for the dam itself is fair. And there are 4 condition assessment levels that DSOD has. The top level is satisfactory. And there are 3 levels below satisfactory, and more than 120 dams in California are in those categories. So the bottom category is unsatisfactory, and let me just read what that is and what the consequence is. Quote, a dam safety deficiency, in an unsatisfactory dam, a dam safety deficiency is recognized that requires immediate or emergency remedial action for problem resolution. We are not in that category. The next category up is poor, which means a dam safety deficiency is recognized for normal operating conditions which may realistically occur. Remedial action is necessary. We are not in that category. We are in the fair category, right below satisfactory, which states, no existing dam deficiencies are recognized for normal operating conditions. Rare or extreme hydrologic and/or seismic events may result in a dam safety deficiency. Risk may be in the range to take further action. Now, we obviously would prefer that our dam would be in the satisfactory category, and we believe that if the alternative proposal by our Citizen Advisory Committee were implemented, it would be. But my point for now is that saying the downstream risk of the dam is extremely high because of safety deficiencies is misleading. Now, there's 2 statements. I'll just read these 2 sentences. East Bay MUD's detailed analysis showed that the alternative put forward by the community group, and actually the statement refers to our Citizen Advisory Council as a group of local residents. This isn't Carl's book club. This is a group of internationally recognized architects and engineers who have come together to give their time to Lafayette, to spent hundreds of hours doing this work on our behalf. And again, they are internationally recognized experts, not a group that came together off the street. Okay, East Bay MUD's detailed analysis showed that the alternative put forward by the community group did not meet safety standards. And then the next paragraph, a preliminary analysis of another alternative put forward by the community group was found to be less reliable, more difficult to safely construct on the 91-year-old tower, and would result in a higher price, an additional $8 million more than the current approved design. So our group feels that their alternative is reliable, constructible, and cost-effective. The statement, the East Bay MUD statement concludes by saying, this is the final sentence, it is East Bay MUD's responsibility to move this critical project forward as quickly as possible, given that a failure of the Lafayette Tower poses severe health and safety risks to residents, schools, and businesses from Lafayette to Martinez. Now, first, DSOD, in their letter to the city manager, said that they are willing to move construction of the dam from 2025 to 2027. So DSOD, the regulator, is willing to postpone construction for another 2 years. Second, just want to point out everybody's priority, first priority is safety. East Bay MUDS, the Department of Safety of Dams, the Lafayette City Council, and the Citizen Advisory Committee. Third, to give a sense of the risks, I added to the materials, public materials this afternoon, a string of emails exchanged between me and East Bay MUD's Director of Engineering and Construction in the middle of last year. I was trying to understand the magnitude of the threat to public safety posed by the current reservoir tower. My conclusion was that I could not see a threat to public safety from the tower, even if we assume that a maximum critical earthquake occurs and is followed before the tower can be repaired by a probable maximum precipitation event. Now, I just point out, in some senses, we're dealing with geological time, but in the time that the tower has been there, in the 96 years, we have not had either one of those events. That's not to say that one or the other could not occur in the next 100 years, and we want to be prepared for it, but the likelihood of both of them occurring within a short period of time, I'll leave it to you. In fact, you can draw your own conclusions, but for purposes of this evening's discussion, I'd ask you to assume that all parties put safety first. And both the East Bay MUD proposal and the alternate proposal from our Citizen Advisory Committee will increase safety. And I encourage you to keep that in mind when giving comment.
Please, Vice Mayor Kwok.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Nduri. I just want to clarify and restate that the document you're referring to is an East Bay MUD release that was published on the eastbaymud.com website on Thursday, November 21st, last Thursday, after we published the agenda on Wednesday for this meeting. And therefore, it is not in the agenda packet, but it is a very important document, and I appreciate Councilmember Nduri spending time to review this in detail and clarify some areas, I think, of misunderstanding and setting for the record. Clearly, you spent a lot of time on this. It's very technical, and we have been part of the discussion for several years here. So I know that was a lot of information, but Councilmember Nduri is referring to last Thursday's news release.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Councilmember Nduri, for setting the context for this meeting, as well as putting the past history in context. With that, we will go to public comment.
Okay, the City Council is taking public comment on item 8C. If you're in our virtual audience, you will be heard after members that are in the Don Tatson Community Hall. But if you would raise your hand now, I would appreciate it so we know how many speakers we're going to have. Our first speaker is Luz Gomez from EB MUD, and if she needs more than 3 minutes, Elizabeth Bailek will cede her 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Dawson, council members, staff, and residents. I am Luz Gomez, and I represent Lafayette on the East Bay MUD Board of Directors. I really appreciate the opportunity to share our perspective on the Lafayette Tower project with you tonight. I want to thank the City of Lafayette, the Citizens Advisory Committee, and the many residents who have actively engaged with us on this project. I truly, and we truly, do understand the special connection that this community has with our reservoir tower. When I first joined East Bay MUD back in April, I knew that this project was significant and very complex. I requested a full briefing from staff. And boy, it became very clear to me just how much thought and effort has gone into this project over the years. As you are aware, East Bay Mud has analyzed multiple alternatives to try to maintain the tower's height, including those put forward by the Citizens Advisory Committee. Unfortunately, none of them have met the California Division of Safety of Dams, or DSOD's, rigorous safety standards. I did, however, recognize after meeting with everybody that the council and the committee did raise some valid points, which is why I was very pleased when earlier this year, DSOD met with city representatives and community representatives to discuss this issue. I wanted to ensure that the final decision on our analysis rested with DSOD. In the recent letter to the city, DSOD reaffirmed that the shortened tower is their approved solution to address the seismic risks posed by this critical structure. As an East Bay Mud board member, and as we all do who are in public service, we must weigh the financial stewardship of ratepayer dollars alongside our obligation to protect public safety. Delaying this project further to pursue alternatives that DSOD is unlikely to approve anyway is unwise. I know this decision is deeply disappointing for some in Lafayette. And please know that East Bay Mud has not taken this path lightly. The safety of downstream communities must remain our top priority, as I know it is also remains yours. Tonight, our staff has brought some postcards with details which are on the back table for the community to make themselves aware of all the facts and details about the project. And I also want to address concerns about the safety of the dam itself, which I know were raised recently in the Bay Area Telegraph articles that some of you have read. So let me assure you that the dam itself is safe and stable under earthquake conditions. However, the outlet tower, which is the structure at the center of this project, is showing its age, and that's the piece that presents a safety concern that we cannot ignore any longer. The tower is essential because it serves as the reservoir's spillway and the main way to release water. If the tower were damaged in an earthquake, it could block our ability to lower the reservoir, cause uncontrolled water to flow downstream, and even lead to soil erosion, in which case it could potentially weaken the earthen dam. That's why we need to move forward with this retrofit in the summer of 2025 to address these vulnerabilities and ensure the safety of everyone who lives downstream of the reservoir. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And please know that we remain committed to working collaboratively with the city and with staff as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Luz. Thank you for being here. Are there questions for Luz?
Yeah, I mean, you are aware that the letter from DSOD said they'd be willing to put off the construction until 2027.
I am aware.
And you're aware that the letter from DSOD said they would be open to considering alternatives.
I am aware of both of those things. I'm sure you're also aware that the letter stated that they would want an alternative design to be on their desk by April 1st of 2024, which is a deadline that is almost impossible to meet at this stage. And as given the amount of money that we have already spent on all the delays of the project, because that is costly, plus the other design studies that we've had to do, about $500,000 we have spent of ratepayer funds just in the last couple of years. So it's quite a study, an expensive proposition for East Bay Mud.
Would it be fair to say that no matter what anybody says today, you're going ahead and the decision is final?
It would be fair to say that we want to do what is absolutely safest for the community. And at this point, I feel confident after reading everything that I've read, after hearing everything that I've heard, after considering everything that we've had to consider, and as your representative on the East Bay Mud Board, I feel that the safest and best path forward is to move forward with the proposed design by East Bay Mud.
you mentioned one of the two risks from the spillway not being able to be open is overtopping of the dam. Can you explain the circumstance in which that might happen and the likelihood of that happening?
Yeah, I may, so for the technical details of that, my understanding, and again, I'm in some ways still learning, but my understanding is that that would be a quite unlikely scenario. One that, however, I personally am not willing to risk the safety of the community for that unlikely scenario, as unlikely as it might be.
Let me ask again, is there anything that anybody could say at tonight's meeting that would make any difference?
I am one representative on the board of directors.
You're our representative.
And I am your representative. And I have also heard from many other residents who frankly feel that their safety is more important than the height of the tower. And I believe some of you may have received some similar comments as well. So yeah, it's...
You see, well, I just have to interject. We all agree
Yes.
that safety is more important than the height of the tower. We really wish you wouldn't use that as a reason. We're all on the same boat there.
Oh,
And
I
so to say
agree.
that because of safety, you have to do this,
I agree.
we simply do not accept that.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, our regulator has reviewed all the other alternatives that we've presented, and the only design that they have approved is the shortened tower design. And they are not likely to approve a design that is considered innovative and that has not been proven in real time somewhere as being safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joe Volker from EB Mud. You don't need to speak. Okay. He is passing. Our next speaker is Kelly Zito, Director of Public Affairs from EB Mud. Not there. Okay. You ceded your time, correct?
I ceded my time. I ceded my time as Joe Walker. I think Kelly would like to speak after, at the end.
You want to speak at the very end of everything? We take them as we have them. I had you in a group, so if you'd like to speak, please speak now. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay on this mic? Sorry, it's a little droopy. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Dawson, Vice Mayor Kwok, City Council, and the staff. I am Kelly Zito. I'm the Communications Director for East Bay Mud, and I'm here this evening to just, for the record, read a letter that our General Manager, Clifford Chan, provided to the city today, kind of outlining some of the issues at play here. I just want to apologize in advance. I'll try to read this quickly. I probably will not make it in 3 minutes, and so one of my colleagues might cede their time. So, all right. So I am writing to you in response to the information that was posted on the city's website on November 20th, 2024, titled "Lafayette Seeks Public Input on EB Mud's Design for Seismic Retrofit of Iconic Lafayette Tower." In that announcement, it states, despite requests from the city and public input in favor of retaining the current look of the tower, EB Mud plans to proceed with their design for the seismic retrofit, which shortens the 170-foot tall tower by 40 feet, starting in 2025. And a group of Lafayette residents found that the tower could be retrofitted at its current height and expressed concerns that the proposed shortening of the tower could increase the seismic risk for the downstream residents in Lafayette in the event of a major earthquake. I would like to share additional information about the project in case you or others are not familiar with the extensive work East Bay Mud has done over the last 3 decades. Over the years, East Bay Mud has analyzed over a dozen designs to maintain the height of the existing tower and submitted at least 3 potentially viable options to the California Division of Safety of Dams. DSOD rejected all of those options. The city's announcement on November 20th suggests that East Bay Mud has not responded to requests from the city. To the contrary, East Bay Mud worked closely with the city's advisory committee, spending more than $500,000 in ratepayer dollars to evaluate the committee's proposed alternatives. In working with the committee, East Bay Mud delayed construction of the project by over a year, also at great expense. To be clear, the alternatives proposed by the committee were thoroughly evaluated and found to be infeasible by our structural engineering consultant, who has extensive expertise in dam structures. However, East Bay Mud did not stop with the committee's alternatives and analyzed a similar option to maintain the height of the tower. The analysis found that the full height of the tower would need to be reinforced, along with a more extensive and complex retrofit of the outlet conduits, which are pipelines buried within the dam embankment that convey water from the reservoir to the creek. A preliminary analysis found that that alternative is less reliable, more difficult to construct, and would cost at least $8 million more than the shortened tower option. Furthermore, given our experience and discussions with DSOD, the likelihood of DSOD approving this alternative is extremely low. Also, contrary to the announcement stating that the proposed shortening of the tower would increase seismic risk, DSOD recently affirmed that the current design to shorten the tower remains the only approved solution to address the seismic deficiencies of the nearly 100-year-old tower. This was stated by DSOD during the August 7th, 2024 meeting, do you want me to pause? Where they affirmed that numerous studies completed over the last 30 years have concluded that reducing the tower height is an efficient solution that addresses risks and meets DSOD's criteria.
Joe gave you his 3 minutes, so you've got 2 minutes left.
Perfect. I don't have that long, hopefully. Thanks, Joe. All right. This was also discussed in the letter DSOD sent to the city on November 8th, 2024, where they stated the project as currently proposed by EB Mud satisfactorily addresses DSOD's concerns. While EB Mud has analyzed innovative solutions in the past to maintain the height of the tower, including those presented by the committee, DSOD stated in the November 8th letter to the city that Lafayette Tower is a critical structure for dam safety because it also serves as the spillway and sole structure for controlled release of the water, and any innovative remediation proposed must have a dam-specific record of proven performance. Put simply, solutions that work only on paper will not be acceptable to DSOD. East Bay Mud recognizes that the city, its advisory committee, and some members of the community do not want the tower to be shortened, primarily because of concerns about the tower's aesthetics. However, I want to remind you that East Bay Mud has spent decades trying to find an alternative to maintain the current height of the tower. In addition, East Bay Mud has developed a design for the top of the shortened tower that was inspired by the community's input and includes a metal operating house that is similar to that of the existing tower. At this point, we must move forward with our plan to protect the safety of downstream residents, schools, and businesses from Lafayette to Martinez. We are at 90% design stage for the shortened tower and are preparing for construction to begin in 2025. East Bay Mud will begin an outreach campaign to provide detailed information about the project, its necessity, and the updated tower design. A project webpage has been developed and will be updated as the project progresses toward construction in the summer of 2025. The webpage also includes Lafayette Dam breach inundation map and timeline, which I'll mention have been online on our website for years. Am I hearing myself again? I have one last sentence. As I have shared with you, East Bay Mud values its relationship with the city and remains committed to collaborating with the city and engaging the community as we move forward with the project and other projects in the city. We look forward to working together to safeguard Lafayette and surrounding communities. Clifford Chan, General Manager.
Thank you, Kelly. Was that letter available to us before? Okay, thank you. Are there questions for Kelly on the letter? I guess it's not Clifford. Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is James Scala.
The title of my short talk is Keep the Lafayette Reservoir Tower as it stands today. Our family has been Lafayette residents for over 46 years this evening. Slowly after arriving here, we discovered the reservoir's natural beauty and the tower, a Lafayette landmark like the UC Berkeley Tower and the Washington Monument. I started walking the paved trail 46 years ago, and now at the age of 90, I still walk the paved trail regularly. My background was in biochemistry and nutrition research. I did a video entitled The Nature of Nutrition, used by schools, the U.S. Olympic headquarters, and even Acalanes High School in Lafayette. As an author of over 8 books and many articles, I wrote a column entitled Walking the Reservoir in Lafayette's town paper, which, as you know, is no longer published. I included stories of reservoir walkers and explained the health benefits of walking regularly based on published research. In addition to the physical beauty, the reservoir offers a unique mutual benefit, which we describe as enjoying nature, natural beauty. And walking with, and without doubt, the tower contributes to that beauty. People enjoy the tower's uniqueness and seeing how it attracts birds and that use it as a place to simply land on and then look at the natural water, reservoir water life they seek to eat and thrive. Hence, the tower, with its height, contributes to the reservoir's natural beauty that we all enjoy. I strongly recommend that we keep the tower at its present height. Modern engineering and construction can fix any problems that exist. In 2024, engineers can accomplish things that were impossible when it was built. Our tower is a country landmark which gives you Lafayette a unique place in the San Francisco Bay Area. Please make any repairs that are necessary and keep the natural benchmark standing. It's special. Please remember, it has withstood earthquakes and in its construction, and it withstood a plane crash. That says a lot about the tower, the great deal about its basic structure and uniqueness. Please keep the present tower as it is today. That's I made a copy of my words, which I screwed up a little for everybody, if you want it.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you for your many articles over the years. Those have been very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to me.
Our next speaker is Jack Maley.
Mayor Dawson and councilors, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jack Maley. I'm a longtime professor of structural engineering at the University of California, Berkeley. I'm a leading authority on concrete structures, of which the tower is constructed. My resume includes extensive consulting with public agencies, regionally, nationally, and internationally. I'm a member of the Citizens Technical Advisory Committee, which, as has been mentioned, is a volunteer group, but it's a group of technical experts. I'm one of the technical experts. There's a couple others who will speak in a few moments. The committee met with East Bay Mud officials, as has been stated previously, and with engineers on multiple occasions. We reviewed their engineering reports, and we provided oral and written comments. We expressed several doubts about methods and results that were presented to us by East Bay Mud, and several of those are still not cleared up to this date. The committee identified several alternatives. We believe that they are safe, constructible, and not necessarily more costly. And those alternatives will increase the safety of the Lafayette Reservoir to levels that we all desire without having to demolish the tower as proposed by East Bay Mud. We feel that our alternatives were not adequately studied by East Bay Mud, and they should be pursued further. We've heard here tonight that DSOD has only approved the shortened tower, but it's my understanding that DSOD only reviews designs presented to them by East Bay Mud, and that the proposals that we presented as concepts were not presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you, I don't know if this is on, to yourself and the whole committee. It's very impressive work, and we deeply appreciate your time. One question I would like to mention, because it was mentioned a couple of times in the preceding comments, that it sounds like one of the concerns East Bay Mud has is our Citizens Committee proposals were unproven, or they were not used. It was somehow, it was new in a dam or new in water, and therefore was not as trustworthy as East Bay Mud would like or DSOD would like. Could you comment on that line of reasoning?
Sure, I'd be glad to. There are some very interesting concepts like tuned mass dampers that we could have proposed. We didn't, because we understand DSOD's position on this. And so we stuck with conventional approaches. One of the most conventional approaches you can imagine for a very lightly reinforced concrete tower is to add more reinforcement. And our proposal was to use a center coring method to insert those bars and grout them in place and provide additional reinforcement to overcome the deficiencies of the tower. And my recollection is that we were informed that it was an unconventional method, although it's been applied in many, many structures on the West Coast. And so I didn't understand that as being an unconventional solution in any way.
Follow up to that, has it been used in structures pertinent to dams?
The addition of reinforcement in dams, towers, and other pertinences certainly has been done many, many times. Whether this particular technique for installing the reinforcement has been used, I'm not sure. But it's very widely used in many other kinds of structures. It's pretty routine.
Okay, can you take 1 minute to talk about what you do professionally?
What I do professionally, well, my professional job for 44 years was to teach at the University of California, Berkeley. But what I do professionally is I mainly develop professional design guidance for practicing structural engineers. I've served on the American Concrete Institute's Building Code Committee for 35 years. I was the chair of the Building Code Committee for the last building code cycle for 6 years. I have written hundreds of articles related to the topic, but mainly my interest is developing practical design guidance for engineers. Much of this is developed based on consulting work that I do, but also based on laboratory research that I do at the University of California to develop a full understanding of how materials work and how safety works. And the design and safe design for earthquake-resistant structures is my main topic of interest.
And you feel that the alternative that you presented to East Bay Mud would have been a safe alternative?
I do feel so. I'm certain it would have been. Any design requires iterations in order to bring the design to final state where all the criteria are satisfied. I'm not sure that was ever done.
Did you feel in your discussions with East Bay Mud that they were taking on board what you were considering and looking to, as you say, iterations that might improve it, or were you just told it wouldn't work?
I didn't feel fully supported in the follow-up work by East Bay Mud. They did several studies, to be sure, and they were, I think, an open and good group to work with. But I felt that one develops a feeling about these things, and I don't have evidence, proof, statements I can read to you about it. But I felt that more could have been done to accommodate the recommendations of the community, and I mean of the committee.
Thank you.
I felt so. Thanks.
I have one follow-up question too. You mentioned you don't think the alternative designs were presented by East Bay Mud to the DSOD. Is that what I heard, or?
I have not heard that our design was presented. I heard earlier today, and I've seen in other records, that some designs that retained the full height of the tower were presented. But I don't think that the designs that we suggested conceptually were developed and presented to DSOD. But I'm conjecturing on that. I did say that.
Thank you, okay.
To be sure, we're a volunteer committee. We don't have a huge engineering staff. We can't carry a design forward in that manner. So we only develop conceptual design ideas based on our experience.
Thank you, and we are certainly appreciative of this work, this long and deep work into the matter. Luz, can I ask you, can you comment on that? Were any of the alternative plans presented or forwarded to the DSOD as part of the discussions? Thank you, Jim. Very appreciate it. Jack, I'm sorry.
So I can comment and respond to that question. As has already been described by Director Gomez and Kelly Zito, the district has spent 30 years looking at various alternatives to maintain a tall tower. We have looked at concrete infill, reinforcement at various levels, steel jacketing, tie downs, the base isolator alternative. We've looked at alternative spillways. And unfortunately, doing the analyses of the tower performance following DSOD's criteria were found to be insufficient. We've had numerous discussions over the decades with the DSOD to get their input, to share our ideas, and unfortunately, they did not meet the criteria. And so we unfortunately, I'm going into another detail, but I guess simply to answer, yes, we have provided versions of those alternatives to DSOD in the past.
So not the particular alternates, just in terms of maybe not fully fleshed out, but that concept of the alternates from this group, this technical expert
So
group.
reinforcement of the tower.
So that was not their plans, their alternate plans were not presented. You're just talking about historically the past 30 years.
Correct, because the concept is a reinforcement concept.
Understood.
And then can the tower withstand that structurally at all locations? And the answer was no.
Understood. I just wanted merely if this particular alternative plans were forwarded at all. I just wanted to get that. So it sounds like it was a no.
It was no because, again, as was explained, our consultants thoroughly analyzed this and found that it wouldn't meet DSOD's criteria. Therefore, the specific alternative was not presented to
Understood.
DSOD.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I just think that was disrespectful to this process, that these plans that were designed were not forwarded, especially knowing there were discussions with the DSOD. I'm just disappointed to hear that, just confirming that. But I understand it's been 30 years, but
We
these
couldn't advance
particular
a
efforts.
proposal that didn't meet their criteria, although this was
Understood.
discussed
Thank
with the committee.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Was there ever delivered to our Citizens Advisory Committee a detailed explanation of why their alternative did not meet the DSOD safety standards?
Yes, we had several meetings with the committee where we explained our more detailed structural analysis of the alternatives, where specifically there were concerns, and we had a discussion, open discussion. It was very collaborative with the committee, explaining our results, addressing their questions. So yes.
Yeah, but I mean, specifically asking, was it communicated to the committee why and how it did not meet DSOD standards?
Yes.
Okay, so they received something in writing from East Bay Mud responding to their alternative that explained why it did not meet DSOD safety requirements.
That was discussed in our collaboration meetings, and then the written response was to the council from the district, summarizing that at a higher level.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gordon Chong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Gordon Chong, and I'm a member of the Citizens Technical Advisory Committee. My understanding of the purpose of the meeting tonight was to really gauge the level of interest there is in saving the tower. We could go on and about the technical aspects of it and what happened during the course, and I've asked Jack and Mason not to dive too deeply into that, but there are issues that have been, comments that have been made that cause us great concern. But anyway, I would like to talk about why I think the tower is important to the environment and more generally to the city of Lafayette, because I think that's the purpose of why people might be interested in saving the tower. But before I do that, I think there's a little bit of a confusion about what exactly are we getting. There's a stack of cards back there that show what is being proposed by East Bay Mud, apparently. If I could show you a series of photos of what we understand East Bay Mud has asked us to do and what they are planning on doing, you'll see what the confusion is. I hope you'll save me some time while this is going on. Yeah, thanks. So I'm going to use my pointer just for the purposes of the audience to show, and you our council members are all aware, this grayed out portion is what is intended to be the resultant after the East Bay Mud proposal, based upon a water level here of which is 440. I believe that's correct. And if you go on to the next slide.
Thank you. Be sure to restore
I'm
your
sorry, that water elevation, I was incorrect, it's 449 or 450. That's what's being proposed by East Bay Mud, an elevation of 449, which is the operating level that they say that they're mandated to maintain.
Can you please restore a minute 30 to Gordon's? We'll go down to minute 30.
So we have asked repeatedly as to whether or not the water level could be retained at its current interim level of 440, and the answer was no. So this is a design level that they're aiming toward, and what we can anticipate to be a 10-foot high protrusion out of the water to the platform level that is 500. If you look at what they are proposing, could you move on to the next slide, please? This is what's being told to the public and what's in their cards. This is not the 440 and 449 elevation level. This looks like much more of a 440 elevation level. So they are showing a lower water level, which they told us we could not use for their public information. So I think there's a little bit of confusion, which could cause misunderstanding of what we are actually getting. And so I wanted to make sure that people realize that that cutoff point of what the protrusion would be closer to this elevation here where my pointer is, not here. Go ahead. This is in fact put out by East Bay Mud, where they did studies at different water levels. They chose the 449 level as their design level. We had asked if they could leave it at the interim level of 440. The answer was no. This is what we're getting. But that's not what they're showing on their postcards. Please go ahead. So why is this important? Why is this important? I think for all of us, we're well aware about the importance of the tower in terms of what we refer to as a brand, and it's our brand. It's not East Bay Mud's brand. You'll see it on a variety of businesses, nonprofits, including the city's own website. You can keep going, Naru.
Thank you, Gordon. Yeah. Is there
This is-
anyone who could
this is
cede some
roughing
time
it.
to
Well,
Gordon?
let me just
Okay.
ask Gordon a question. Can you explain to us why you think the tower needs to be retained? The full height of the tower needs to be retained.
Why the say
Why
that-
it's important to retain the full height of the tower?
I absolutely will, if I could. I'm going to
You
be.
can answer my question.
Yes, I think it's an important part of the brand. I think it's important to the environment and the point of identity for people. But most importantly, it is part of our civic heritage and our history, 100-year history. And once lost, very difficult to regain. And there is value to the brand, economic value, business value, property value, civic value, ability to form community. For those reasons, I think the tower is a contributor to all of those factors. Could I?
Thank you. Are there more questions?
I do have another question. Don't mean that. Looking at the different water levels, can you just maybe or we can ask East Bay Mud, what is the I mean, I don't know how to evaluate what the normal depth of the reservoir is. Is 440 what we normally see, or does it go up to 449 in the winter and down to 433 in the summer? I just don't understand I understand you're saying that the drawing is somewhat misleading because it's apples and oranges. They're showing a higher column height than a proposed design might. But can you explain a little? Do you happen to know kind of how do we understand those different water levels and what we should expect if somebody's going around the reservoir?
Our understanding is that the operating level needs to be at 449, constant. But they have gained an interim approval to lessen that to the 440 level, but that DSOD would like them to come back to the full normal operating level. That's what their claims are.
So is it 440? I did see in our smart pre-reading that they're going to lower the level of the reservoir during construction. Is that what you mean?
It's not during construction. It's the interim period was created during the drought, as I understand it.
Okay. So we should expect 449 is what?
We would love to see it at 440 because it has great structural implications in terms of stresses put on the existing tall tower. And but we were told no, we cannot make those assumptions, despite the fact that it's been operating that way successfully with no apparent negative impacts.
Got it. Thank you.
So these are just ideas. I'm sorry, go ahead,
Well,
Councilman.
I was going to ask another question. You know, recognizing that safety is our first priority, could you, and just for everyone's benefit, Gordon had a distinguished career as an architect, and at one point was the president of the American Institute of Architects, the national body. Safety is our highest priority, but can you explain the aesthetic importance of the tower in this environment?
Absolutely, thank you. Narub, can I move on with the slides, please, so that I can answer?
Yes, in answer to the
Councilperson's-
question, thank you.
Just go right ahead and move past. These are just examples of how the tower is recognized and how important it is. So here's the tower in its environment. And I think it's important to understand that the tower in and itself is not an iconic architectural piece, but it's part of an assemblage which is extremely important to the environment and is the reason that this facility is more favored than any other, although we have very many comparable wonderful paths and trails, et cetera. This is favored by, according to East Bay Mud, 1 million visitors a year. They come here for a reason. The reason, I believe, is the composition of the natural landscape, the profile of the background, the darkness of that, the reflection of the water, the natural habitats that's been created, and this iconic figure that is identifiable and gives orientation and recognizable. It's recognizable, it causes memory, it's the result of so many photos that's being taken, and it's the reason for our business success, I believe, that contribute to downtown, our downtown retail. Please go on. These are just other examples.
Sorry, Gordon, unless someone sees time, I think we're past the 3 minutes and we were just doing questions. Are there any other questions for Gordon? I apologize, but that's the nature of our public
Sure.
comments. Okay. Any
Well,
other
I'm
questions? Okay.
wondering, are there other reasons why the tower should be preserved in its current state?
Well, if I could go to the second to the last or so, I'd flip through really quickly. I think that Lafayette deserves great sensitivity to the care for the reasons that I think that it's a contributor to the environment and to the greater good of the city. What we are concerned about is that we have heard that the tower needs to be treated equitably with other facilities. And that's what we see as being the potential threat to what we are hoping will not be Lafayette. So the sensitivity deserves much more care than I think that we have seen the East Bay Mud people treat the facility at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you. Oh, Carl, did you have another
Well, I
follow-up?
just, this is not a question, but while you're there, I want to thank you not just for your work, but also thank you for gathering the petition. And just as a follow-on to what you've just said, to the extent that people put their addresses and their cities on your petition, and you probably did this math yourself, but of the over 100 people who signed the petition, less than half were from Lafayette. I mean, this just shows that this is a regional resource. 46 of the people who signed the petition were from Lafayette, and then 15 other cities were represented, 61 people from 15 other cities, including 5 from Oakland, 4 from Pleasant Hill, Berkeley, Martinez, Richmond, Santa Monica, San Francisco. Well, I appreciate your getting the signatures that demonstrates.
Again, I think it's another indication of the importance of the facility. People come here because they want to be here. They have other options. It's an important destination.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gordon.
Our next speaker is Mason Walters.
Thank you. My name is Mason Walters, and I am a structural engineer and have been for the last 44 years, a principal of a company in San Francisco that does lots and lots of, a very broad variety of different types of work, most of it seismically related, much of it in seismic restoration of historic structures, and the seismic restoration in general, including assisting with, in a key role for the aqueduct number 3 of the McCollum Aqueduct system, in which we helped protect that particular aqueduct as an emergency water supply after a major earthquake from the effects of ground motion in the delta. So aside from that, we've done tremendous amount of work on buildings, bridges, and other structures. And so I have a lot of experience with this type of thing. The Citizens Technical Advisory Committee has really solely been focused on the disposition of the outlet tower. That was our charge originally. And that was because that's what East Bay Mud was addressing, cutting off the tower to make it better, seismically safe in an earthquake. During our study of the tower, we were informed by East Bay Mud that the concern with the tower at full height was not the tower itself per se, which they did prove could be reinforced to survive the maximum credible earthquake on its own. But it was the interaction, they claimed, that with the reservoir bottom conduits, which led to the exit of water from the dam, which were it really become the only pathway for water out of the dam in an emergency. And so, since the conduits are the drainage path for water from the reservoir in an emergency, regardless of what you do to the tower, what their claim was is that it would overly tax the conduit system, which comprises the outlet as well as the overflow. So, recognizing that, we started to look at some of the engineering work that had been done by East Bay Mud and the reports that they had delivered relative to the interaction between the tower and the conduit, and found some inconsistent results that we questioned them about that were never re-examined to our knowledge. And basically, our arguments against, or at least towards, questioning that particular interaction was dismissed. The risk that they were looking at was really the probable maximum precipitation, which they later released to us late in the study, postulates 37 inches of rain in a 72-hour period, and then the danger being coupled with a maximum credible earthquake that would take hundreds of years to return. So in conjunction with that, and I realize my time is up.
Yes, sorry, Mason. Are there questions? I know, to follow up?
I'd appreciate it if you could explain the concerns from.
The concern really is that there have been enough inconsistencies and holes in the information that we've been provided, I think with all the right intents from East Bay Mud, that we believe that there is a demand for and have asked for an independent expert peer review of the entire system, not just the tower. The tower's like the tail on the dog. It's the entire conduit system, the actual safety of the dam, the risks that exist or don't exist from the confluence of these different factors that are extremely unlikely. And so we're recommending that the peer review include a very comprehensive review of hydrology, which is not our expertise field, but apparently is the reason for all of this trouble. The structural and geotechnical engineering, meaning foundations and soils, as well as the cost estimating, which has been provided to us only in the vaguest terms for very preliminary schemes, and it's certainly not accurate. And basically, we expect that those things need to be reviewed independently, because at this point we're seeing a pattern of inertia with East Bay Mud. They don't want to turn back For good reasons in some, in some ways, but it's not a matter of safety. They've proven they can maintain a tall tower, and we've agreed to the idea of putting a metal house on top, a replica. They can maintain a tall tower, but they need to retrofit the conduits, and they need to do that anyway. So we think a comprehensive view of the whole system is needed, and a peer review that's independent and apart from, the East Bay Mud and their consultants at this point is really the reason that I'm talking to you. We're recommending that. Thank you.
Thank you. And any other questions? Okay. Mason, Gordon, and Jack, I just want to thank you again for this intense work and the true care you're putting into this. I thank you very much. More to discuss here. Are there any other public comments?
Bill Bucher is our next speaker, and then we have 2 hands raised in our virtual audience, and we'll get to them next.
Thank you. Hello, thank you, City Council, for having the meeting tonight. I wrote a letter, but I don't think it came in late, or you maybe got a little later. I just want to read it real quick and make another comment. The Lafayette Homeowners Council Board of Directors have been following the work of the, I'm going to call it, if I have this right, Lafayette Reservoir Citizens Technical Advisory Committee. We agree with their recommendations regarding the preservation of the current tower structure. We join with residents and users of the Lafayette Reservoir in expressing our concern for the loss of the longtime feature of our community. We feel it has become a symbol of Lafayette and a significant part of our environment. We recognize the importance of providing safe and functional structure for Lafayette and the surrounding areas. Obviously, that's number one. We are pleased that East Bay Mud is undertaking the needed work to retrofit the structure. Okay, that stated, I would like to think that a solution could be found that retains the structure. We've got engineers here and we've got engineers at East Bay Mud. I'd like to think we do this. We believe the advisory committee identified some alternatives to East Bay Mud as an alternative to their plan of lowering the tower structure. These alternatives need to be reviewed by East Bay Mud or others if necessary, so that the tower structure can be retained at its current height and style. We respectfully ask the City Council to employ the necessary means in working with East Bay Mud to retain the structure while providing the needed seismic changes. Sometimes I think this is a bit moot, given what we've heard tonight, but I would like to think that we could come up with some alternative that meets both parties' criteria. The other thing that just struck me was they mentioned that this is about a $14 million project, and I know they've got to do a lot of work on the lower levels in the water, and some numbers were floated around that to retain the tower height, it's another $8 million or something. And being a general contractor, although I'm not skilled with any of this area, I just find that a little bit hard to believe that the portion above the water line, which is easiest to operate, versus the area below that needs all the extensive work, would cost so much money. So anyways, those are the comments I have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
We're going to our speakers in our virtual audience, and our first speaker is Libby Henry, to be followed by Cheryl McDonald.
Hi. Okay.
Hello, Libby. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. It's doing it differently. If Gordon or Mason had anything more that they wanted to add, I was trying to give them my time, but I also, if they don't, then I had something to say.
I think you can go ahead.
Okay. Libby Henry, 3812C, Happy Valley Road. I just want to really commend Gordon and Mason and Jack for the very hard work that they've done. And I so appreciate it, and I still support what they have offered, what they've presented to East Bay Mud. And I think that, 90% of the community agrees with us. I'm very, very disappointed in East Bay Mud's attitude. The 3 ladies that spoke, including the elected representative, is supposed to be representing Lafayette, You know, I found them, you know, kind of condescending and very close-minded. You know, these people are not idiots. They are very experienced in what they did, and you know, to dismiss their ideas and dismiss the community like what we feel doesn't matter is really more than disappointing to me. So, you know, I would respectfully ask that they reconsider. And had I known that Luz Gomez was going to go ahead and dismiss anything that the community wanted, I never would have voted for her if she had made that announcement before Election Day. I just find this very disturbing that, you know, that the whole community is being dismissed because they said so. So I think that they need to reconsider. I don't know if we can do something like strike or something, but you know, it's an icon of Lafayette. It's a historic monument. It's over 100 years old. It should be declared a historic monument, and therefore you can't tear it down. That's an idea. And I just want to say thank you to Carl and for doing what he did in regard to that, and all the members of that. And I walk with Jim Scala 3 times a week around the reservoir, and you know,
Thank you, Livy.
don't destroy our history. Thank you.
Cheryl McDonald?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Shoot. Do I still have you?
Yes, Cheryl, we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, I pushed a button on my phone. I thought, oh dear. I want to thank Gordon, Mason, and Jack as well for I can't even imagine how many hours of work and they've put into this. And this, thank you, thank you, thank you for not just me, but many, many citizens. I like the idea of the independent review. Sometimes you need an outside person to help bring us together. I think there is a way to work this out and have our tower the way it is. We have very talented people that are very educated and know what they're doing, that have an idea and a plan for us. I'm concerned, as the mayor was, that our idea was not specifically presented, but assumed that it would not be heard, therefore it was not presented. That's bothersome. They put in so much work, and the respect that they should have had was that it was presented. Thank you to the council, especially Councilmember Anduri, for the very hard questions. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the letter that you worked on today. Thank you. I'm not sure which one. I think it was Gordon that presented the pictures of I'm going to call it a nugget that's going to stick above the water. That just can't be acceptable. That can't be what Lafayette is now going to have is our representation and our icon. We come up to the top of that reservoir and we look out there and we don't want to see a nugget. We want to see the tower. We have to figure out a way to do that. Safety first, I totally agree, but there's Councilmember Anduri also brought up the fact that it could be not started until 2027. I think that we should pursue that, and because I think there's a way through maybe independent review that we could figure this out. Whether our city manager's idea is a good one or not, that's up to the council, but maybe meeting in their house would be good. I don't know. But I didn't know about the petition. If there had been a petition, I think there are a lot of people that would have signed it, that have not, and outside of Lafayette and within Lafayette. So please, let's continue the conversations. If the East Bay Mud or whoever said it doesn't have to start till 2027, then we have time to figure this out.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Dawson, there are no additional commenters at this time.
Thank you. I'll bring this back to council. Would you like to?
Yeah, I'd like to say something before you go ahead. There's two things. First, I want to amend everybody's statements here, thanking Gordon, Mason, and Jack, to include Matt Burdix and Loring Wiley, who were also on the committee and did exceptional work. All of them went to Sacramento. All of them met with East Bay Mud. So I just want to make sure that Matt and Loring are included in our thanks. Second, I forgot to, I'm just concerned about the historical record. And when I was talking about the November 21st statement, I left out something I think is very important, because in the statement, in the second paragraph, there is this sentence. Let's see. It says, in 2017, East Bay Mud presented 3 alternatives to the City Council, 2 of which maintained the tower height. The City Council favored shortening the tower since it eliminated the hazard, and ultimately the other 2 alternatives were not viable. Now, a casual reader of the statement would conclude that first, the full council expressed its approval of the shortened tower, and second, that they did so because they believed it was the only way to eliminate a hazard. So I've read the minutes of that meeting, I've listened to the audio, and I spoke today with former Mayor Mike Anderson, who presided over that meeting. And in fact, there was no conclusion or even consensus reached by the council. The council favored shortening the tower. That's simply not true. There were only individual reactions to the presentation, and only 3 council members reacted. Councilmember Burks was absent. Councilmember Sampson was silent. Of the 3 who spoke, 2 ventured no opinion as to the 3 alternatives. They asked questions, they ventured no opinion. Only Mayor Anderson commented. And he was saying that if alternative 1, shortened tower, was pursued, the height should be maintained by constructing a facsimile of the existing tower out of lighter materials. No council member said he favored a shorter tower because it eliminated a hazard. So I just want to make sure that our residents understand that's the case.
Before you go, I just thank you for that. I just want to express disappointment in, I want to say, the lack of verity to some of these statements that have been publicly sent out. We obviously value East Bay Mud as partners and would like to collaborate on this. And as we've heard, it's a very important part of our community. It is part of our history. It's a shared history. East Bay Mud formed in 1923. This tower is almost as old in Lafayette. So I'll let Vice Mayor Kwok speak, but I just want to express that I hope out of this disappointment, we will talk about having that town hall so we can have information come out with East Bay Mud and the citizens of Lafayette to really get the facts and what the possibilities are. It's that important.
Thank you, Mayor Dawson, and thank you to the members of the public who have participated today and who've also taken the time to write and send in comments, sign petitions on this matter. I'm Wei Tai Kwok, and I am, along with Councilmember Nduri here, the 2 of us are the council liaisons to the East Bay Mud Agency. I'm the lead liaison for the last few years. Councilmember Nduri, and formerly the mayor, was also very active. So we've actually been through many meetings on this deep topic. for 2 years. And as those of you who are here and can listen, it's quite complicated technically. And I think the information that's presented is not always accurate. That's frustrating. And so we've tried to set the record straight here. But today's meeting, why are we here and what are we trying to achieve out of this meeting? I tried to just boil down the last 2 years into just a few statements to frame where we are, because we certainly heard a lot, and we can't go through 2 years of disputes, and that's not really what tonight's about. So I'll try to touch on it, but try to say, where do we go from here, which is more important rather than what's happened in the rearview mirror. But number one, first of all, let me say and reiterate, as I've said before, that the City of Lafayette has had a good working relationship with East Bay Mud for many decades. And it is, the good times way outnumber the bad times, and there are times when we will have differences of opinion, we'll disagree, and this is one of those times. But I hope it will not impair the long-term good relationship, working relationship that we have. And again, this has been disappointing for me personally, but I said in a wider context, we do have a very good collaborative relationship. And I do want to appreciate the time that East Bay Mud has given to meet with us. We've gone to meet with East Bay Mud at their headquarters. We've all gone out to Sacramento. And we've gotten, a lot of engagement. So certainly we appreciate that back and forth that we've had and working together on this, even if we haven't come to the same conclusions that we've heard. The second point, so thank you for the good relationship, number one. Number two, on whose authority is the reservoir, and just to restate the obvious, that East Bay Mud is the owner of the reservoir. They own the dam, they own the tower. East Bay Mud has a 7-member publicly elected board of directors. That's their governing body. And overseeing all of that, the East Bay Mud is regulated by the state of California's Department of Water Resources Division of Safety of Dams. So they're the regulator. We, the City of Lafayette, are stakeholders. We're downstream stakeholders, and we enjoy the benefits of the reservoir. But it's not our property, and it's not in our budget, and we don't set the policies related to it. We are participating in a public process of giving feedback around the change to the seismic retrofit of this tower. And we've been apparently doing it for decades, but most recently in the last several years. And our priority is really to hear the proposals of the shortening of the tower or the addressing of the seismic risks, and to ensure the safety to our community. That's been the primary purpose of this body hearing that. While at the same time, the community has risen with an interest to save the iconic tower. So there's a historic preservation piece, there's a safety piece, and we've been trying, can we do both? Can we explore the way that we can, make this safe and have historic preservation? And I think for 2 years, we've been, the Citizens Technical Advisory Committee has been asking safety-related questions. They brought up some of those, example of those questions this evening that we floated to staff on East Bay Mud, and we've also carried to the Department, DSOD, Division of Safety of Dams. We have, that committee's worked to explore and propose alternative approaches. And in this meeting here in August, we were basically still at loggerheads with the staff in terms of not agreeing on an approach. And so we asked here to escalate this matter to the regulatory body, the DSOD. And we did have that meeting with DSOD in August of this year. And the reason we're meeting today is because we only just on November 8th got a written response from DSOD based on that August meeting of the outcome of that meeting. We had nothing to report prior to getting this letter. And so when we got this letter, which was in your packet, we immediately wanted to agendize this, put this on the agenda, and let the public know, inform the public of what the final decision from DSOD was after all these years of going at this issue. In that meeting, the city was appealing to the DSOD for a third-party peer review of the different viewpoints in an effort to try to see if an alternative approach could be accepted. And During that meeting, the Technical Advisory Committee also raised a number of technical and safety-related issues, not just around the tower, but around the conduits, around the dam itself. The participants from DSOD had actually been working on this project for 20 years. So the members in the room were not just people who had only been there for a few months. They were very familiar with this dam, and I think there are 1,000 dams in the state, and yet they knew this dam quite well. So I felt we were heard by people who were in the know. And ultimately, though, as you can see in the packet, the DSOD letter of November 8th, number one, they declined to initiate a third-party peer review. That was one of our key asks, was could you intervene and could you yourself as the DSOD have a third-party review or request that? And they declined to initiate that. They said if the owner of the dam wishes to do that, they have no objection. East Bay Mud, the owner of the dam, could on their own go ahead and do that. DSOD says in their letter that whatever the findings are of the third-party review, we don't necessarily accept that. We're still going to review those findings for its merits. But you certainly, as a dam owner, could do that, but they did not require it or initiate it. So that was disappointing because that was one thing we were hoping could have led to some mediated resolution with the third party. The second point in the DSOD letter was their conclusion that the project as currently proposed by East Bay Mud satisfactorily addresses DSOD's concerns. And so I think that is a way of saying that they heard our concerns around the safety of the tower, the conduits, the wider issues. Their conclusion is that the project as proposed, shortening of the tower, satisfactorily addresses their concerns. They can accept East Bay Mud's proposal. So therefore, it does not look from that letter that they on the other hand, the letter did allow East Bay Mud to delay the start of construction until 2027, so long as a concept could be presented by April 1st of 2025, in 5 months from now, which would be a very tight timetable to do a fully professional design that would be likely to be accepted. That would be really just the one silver lining maybe of the letter, is that they could delay the start of construction. So in summary, I would say we have, as a city, worked with our counterparts at East Bay Mud staff. We've worked with the regulator, and in both cases, both of those bodies would go forward with the plan of record, which is the shortening of the tower. They did not accept our proposals. And so the only remaining body that we haven't approached would be the governing body of East Bay Mud, the 7-member publicly elected board of directors. That would be really the last body to appeal to, because I feel like we have appealed and done lots of work and detailed work with the other two bodies and not had a result that is where we'd like it to be. And so I think that's where the staff recommendation is, really just to engage the board, the board that is governs East Bay Mud, to have the voices of our community and our city heard. And ultimately, they are the owners of the dam and the tower. They have to make the decision. And it's not really the city that's going to make a decision here, but we could certainly try one more time with the remaining governing bodies. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Kwok. That is the recommendation, to move that forward, and we can take I think I know where we might go on that. But it's very interesting to me because I know it's possible, and what we talked about, the city manager's update with the PG&E and their program update. We worked with their regulator and we worked with the community and that agency to come up with a plan that always had safety first, same issue, but also looked at, okay, how else can we, mitigate the impact on our community and our environment? And it was possible. And I know East Bay Mud has done similar things like this in rerouting pipelines around important, in fact, it was an important tree at the reservoir that pipeline was rerouted, and it was in the plans, and it was, And it obviously might have changed the schedule and the design, but I think this is possible too. So I would like to ask for any more comments. Otherwise, I would like to ask staff to move forward to how we can put forward invitation to work with the board and find out if there's more we can do or what that would look like. So any comments on that?
Quick, a couple of comments, thank you. So I guess, so I will say, just to echo a couple of what Councilman Anduri certainly aptly pointed out, the statement from East Bay Mud last Thursday was incredibly disappointing. I mean, it seemed inflammatory, unnecessary, factually incorrect, and just made this whole process harder than it needed to be. So I want to put that on record. It's incredibly disappointing. I mean, I think we're partners no matter what happens here, but it seemed just completely, it just caused a lot of angst, I think, in the community, a lot of worry, and strictly unnecessary. And so I just want to put that on the record that that is just very disappointing. I would like to understand, so I guess what we heard from the East Bay, was our director and East Bay Mud staff, the direction sounded pretty conclusive. I know Councilman Dury asked a couple of times, is there anything we can say that's going to change your mind? And I did not get any sort of affirmative response from them. And so I just would understand if we're asking staff to ask the directors to kind of hear one more appeal or community member, I mean, what do we really, I just don't want to hold out false hope, or like what's going to change in that process? How is that going to, because if we have the community, but if you have also a bunch of community members, which we heard from our responses we got here, also saying, well, we're fine taking the tower down. I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand what really, other than the fact that it's like kind of our last gasp and we want to make sure all avenues are exhausted. I also don't want to hold out something like a false sense of hope. So I guess I'm just kind of, I'm seeking to understand what we hope to gain by that.
Let me try to respond to that. Throughout this process, the city has attempted to keep our residents informed about what's happened. We've had council meetings. This is, I can't remember what number this is, in the last 2 years to talk about this. We've had information on the website, so we've kept our citizens informed. But as everyone knows, there's informed and there's informed. And we have not, until the last 2 weeks, and frankly, we kept it at the level we had it because we wanted to maintain our good relationship with East Bay Mud. We hoped that we would be met with a collaborative spirit and we would have a solution that was both safe and maintained the iconic tower. I think we started in the last 2 weeks after we got the DSOD letter, more broadly informing the community. And we're only at the beginning of that, I think. So I think we owe the community a lot more information and a lot more attempt to inform the community. Because if we don't do that, next summer, if this goes forward and that tower is taken down, I can predict there will be thousands of outraged, not just citizens of Lafayette, but citizens of the East Bay, citizens of Northern California, who will say, why didn't you tell us about this? Why didn't you say this was a possibility? So we have an obligation now to our city to do more, to let people know about what might happen. And I think East Bay Mud, this is presumptuous, I know, but I think the board has an obligation to come hear from our residents. You've heard from, I think, Gordon's statement. You've heard from Mr. Scala. This tower is very important, not just to Lafayette, but to the East Bay community. And I really do not think that East Bay Mud management or board recognizes that and internalizes that. Because if you did, we wouldn't, well, if you did, we would be in a different position now. So I think it's very important that our citizens and residents of the community have the feeling that they had an opportunity to meet with the East Bay Mud Board and express their views. So I support the staff recommendation. again, because this information is still spreading throughout our community, that I think we need to reach out to the East Bay Mud Board and ask them, invite them to participate in this type of meeting. And I think that we need to continue our city efforts to inform the public. So that would be my recommendation, my response.
Thank you, please.
Maybe I'll just, in response to Councilmember McCormick's question of what is the purpose, and a little bit to expand on Councilmember Doria, is that we have been very active as a Lafayette community to bring voices to bear here. But this is not just a Lafayette reservoir, even though it's called that, but our friends in Orinda, Moraga, Walnut Creek, and Richmond, and other Alameda who signed that petition. It's clear that there are many other users of the reservoir who may not know what is about to happen. And so perhaps this next step is just a way to ensure that all the stakeholders are aware of what it is and give them a last chance to voice their views. It's just more of a due process. Even if nothing changed, it's a chance to for people to speak up.
I might add, we did have a town hall meeting, going back to this example, but we did have it was a city council meeting where we did have the agency PG&E, and obviously the residents and community came out, and we also invited the Safety and Enforcement Division of the CPUC, who was also there. So it was the true stakeholders. It was the regulator, the agency, and the community coming together to find, some common ground to move forward. So I would almost recommend that as well, if that would be necessary. But I think it sounds like we would like to move this forward with an invitation to the East Bay Mud Board to see if we can coordinate in quick time, because I know we're working under a deadline, and I know Luz, if you can help us facilitate that, or at least that idea of that invitation and get that out there for how we can move forward to get that out, we'd like that. Can I get a quick vote on that? Does this need a vote or no? Okay, no, doesn't, but are we all in favor of that at least?
Yeah, I am. I would like to understand, is East Bay Mud just moving ahead, though, with the Shortened Tower project?
That's
Because this is
what
where
we'll
I
find out,
worry, I'm just worrying if we could just have a delay. We could just kind of move it, I guess I would just say we should, if we're going to do this, I want to echo your comment. It only makes sense if we can move with greatest haste.
Right.
Because at some point, if it ends up being in the spring or December before everybody get together, then all of a sudden it's gonna be too late to do anything, right? Because if the designs are gonna be done. So if I can just, I guess we want to, as soon as possible, if we're gonna do this meeting, it needs to be quick, because otherwise I'm just afraid it's gonna be too late.
Can I ask Director Gomez, what is the swearing in date? Because you have a number of new directors on the board, correct? January 1st or first week? Oh, that's as late as it can be then.
That being the case,
That's the
Director
13th.
Gomez, I would trust that Director Gomez could still forward this, even though the new members are going to be sworn
I
in. They're
think we would
still,
send it to the board secretary.
right. Okay, with that we'll move on to our next agenda item. And again, many thanks to our amazing citizen and technical team, as Council Member Andoria said, along with Matt and Loring. We extend our greatest thanks, and this is to be continued. Thank you. As well as East Bay Mud, for your continued presence, for your being here, and for your comments, and for your collaboration. We do look forward to continued collaboration. Thank you. Yes, please. We start at 6, it's 8:20. Let us take a break and resume at 8:25. All right, order in the council room. I know I don't know. Yeah, they're intermittent. Thank you. How did you, I hope you kept yourself occupied out there. Oh, that's a- okay. You're like, okay, it's well past time to get started again. It is 8:30, and we will now come to our consent calendar. Are there any members of council that would like to?
Yeah, I'd like to pull the minutes,
Minutes, okay. Anything
which
else?
is 9A.
9A. All right, are there any members of the public that would like to add or take anything from the consent calendar?
I have a hand raised in our virtual audience, Jean Fulmer. If this is regarding the consent calendar and you wish to pull an item, I've allowed you to speak.
Thank you very much, and thank you especially during this week of Thanksgiving for allowing me to comment remotely. I was also going to ask if you would pull 9A, so thank you, Susan, for doing that.
residential permit parking on some of the residential streets, shown in yellow, unrestricted parking without any daytime restrictions in green, and no parking zones in red. And finally, tangential to this issue, earlier this year, the city obtained a grant for a downtown parking management study that was recently initiated. As part of that study, a workshop will be held specifically for downtown business owners. And so that engagement will result in consideration of broader issues such as employee parking in the downtown area. It is staff's opinion that that venue is a more appropriate opportunity for that topic of discussion. And so staff continues to recommend that the block of Carroll Lane between Mount Diablo and Marlene Drive be included in the city's residential parking permit program. This would result in residents being offered the opportunity to park in front of their homes without time restrictions, without any other changes to existing parking regulations for other people who choose to park on Carroll Lane. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. And thank you for moving that back to TransCirc and for their input. Are there any questions?
Just a quick clarification. Thank you, Patrick. So just to confirm, so Mr. Wellen, the owner of Lafayette Car Wash, so he did speak at TCC?
He did,
offering
yes.
similar kind of testimony that he did at the city council?
Yeah, he showed up in person for that meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Is there any public comment?
Mayor Dawson, I have one hand raised in our virtual audience, and the speaker is PL. You're being allowed to speak now for 3 minutes.
I think we have someone in the audience
Oh,
here.
that's right. I'll get Laura, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
PL in our virtual audience.
My name is Peter Lingane. I have a question. Will the owner of the car wash be able to apply for residential parking permits for his employees?
Thank you for that question. And Patrick will,
No, the residential parking permit would only be available for purchase for the 6 homes that front Carroll Lane.
Well, if I may comment, I think that is not the wisest of decisions.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker is Laura Lamott, and she is in our community hall.
Hello, Laura, my throat, Laura Lamott at 1065 Carroll Lane. And I don't have too much to add, but I'm just hoping to get a parking permit. And it just would be very, very convenient. And I'm mostly standing up just in case there's any questions. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Are there any questions? No, but thank you for making yourself available for that.
Okay.
Okay, I'll bring this back to council. Would anybody like to lead off? The recommendation here is to adopt the resolution to allow for the parking permits. So,
Sure. I really appreciated TransCirc's, lengthy deliberations and you bringing it to us and then taking it back and doing all that. And I'm very comfortable supporting the adoption of the resolution.
thank you. Any other comments or a second?
Just brief comment. I mean, I think, I think Jess Mullen's comments on the car wash probably are still valid, but I think the program, as said, is probably worthwhile to continue, and it sounds like we'll be revisiting parking more holistically sooner. Actually, do we have I'm not sure if we have a date on that, but.
No, it does sound, as Patrick said, that there will be a downtown business-specific workshop, which is really great, which would be appropriate time to.
So I look forward to having
yeah.
a bigger discussion on that, so otherwise.
Definitely, thank you. Okay, is there a second then?
Actually, I'm going to make the motion. I move to support the adoption of Resolution 2024-34.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I am an aye. That motion is passed. Thank you very much, and thank you. Look forward to that program. And Patrick, how does that work? Will you send a notice to those residents, or is it just if they apply?
I'll send notices to the 6 households, and we have to change the signs as well on the street, so that'll take a little bit of time as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Right, next up, Arlie Cassidy, our senior planner, to review the tree ordinance update.
Good evening, Council. As summarized in my staff report at your last meeting on November 12th, you saw the draft TPO, or Tree Protection Ordinance, for the first time and provided some excellent comments. Those comments were received and changes were made to the draft TPO as hope thoroughly documented in the staff report. I do not have a specific PowerPoint going through those details. I'm happy to answer any questions on that staff report. However, I did want to call out that Councilmember Nduri contacted me today to discuss a few comments he had. Most were small clarifying changes, which I think are very wise, and I'd be happy to accept. However, one point that he made does require some further deliberation, I believe, on your part. And that is that the change on topic 5 related to whether an arborist report would allow people to move directly to having no replantings nor in lieu fees. Mr. Nduri, Councilmember Nduri, realized that this left us with no triggers for in lieu fees, which I don't believe was the council's intent nor staff's intent, and was not realized until Mr. Nduri was going through the staff report very closely. So I believe this was not the intent. If it was, we can move forward, but if the council's intent is to have at least one situation where in lieu fees would be, if not required, then at least allowed, then a modification would need to be made to the ordinance as it stands attached to the staff report. And I did draw up just a few brief slides describing exactly what those details are, and with one suggestion or an example of what might work for creating one of those situations. So if I could have my PowerPoint on the HDMI put up, thank you. So I'm jumping straight to the slide describing. I wanted to call out, this is the original slide from the meeting 2 weeks ago. What was discussed at that time on the left column under draft TPO was removing all references to percentage of canopy cover. And you'll see that the upper bullet, main bullet, is allow in lieu fees instead of planting, and then if, some situations. The second lower bullet, remove both, it says fees, but in lieu fees, and replantings, if. And the two remaining bullets, an arborist report states additional trees wouldn't foster healthy growth, and additional trees wouldn't comply with defensible space guidelines. Those were both moved to the lower section, to the no in lieu fees, no replanting. And that ended up leaving nothing that would trigger the in lieu fees. So looking at an edited version of this slide, I've moved those around as I just described. And you also made the suggestion that all of these be allowed if an arborist report states. And so they're now kind of rephrased, remove fees and replanting if arborist report states, and then there's 3 situations. So that's the suggested change that was made. And then further modifications. Again, this top section is what was changed. However, according to the second bullet, this removes all the situations where in lieu fees would be required or allowed. I believe that's not the intent, as I stated. So there are 2 basic options here. One is to redistribute the 3 situations at the top, such that one or more of them would either be required to or allow the applicant to pay in lieu fees instead of, or in certain situations. And then the other option is to create or describe some new situation where in lieu fees would still be allowed or required. And so I created an example while sitting here. If an applicant is required to plant greater than 10 trees, the applicant may choose to pay in lieu fees instead of replanting for any trees beyond the 10 required. This is just something I made up right now, but it illustrates an example of when you might allow these in lieu fees to be paid instead of replanting at the applicant's option, where there's still a path to dollars coming into the in lieu fund.
Okay, so do you read the existing language? I'm looking at page 2A-15 to say if 10 trees were required to be planted, and the arborist came back and said that there's room here for 3 trees, but not for the other 7, that the language as it is clear enough to get the result that, okay, you plant the 3 trees and you're off the hook for the other 7. I would read it that way, but does anyone else see another reading? Because if that's the reading, then I wonder, do we need an in lieu alternative? I mean, we're putting our thumb on the scale for planting trees, because that's what we want. If it's possible to plant a tree, we want a tree planted rather than somebody paying their way out of it. But if these exceptions are there and it wouldn't be a good thing to plant the tree, then they don't plant the tree and they don't pay an in lieu fee. So I'm happy with that result.
That's how I view it. I view it the same way. Like, the goal isn't to get in lieu fees, actually, right? The lieu fees are just if you can't get the trees planted. So, yeah, that's the intention that I had. I think I'm trying to, changing the wording to make it clearer, because I think one of our meta objectives is to simplify this thing. So if clarifying language is needed, I'm all support. I admit I'm a little, I'm not exactly following I like the intent. I'm not exactly following the phrasing we're using here. So I might need a little extra.
It's not perfected in any way. I was trying to think of some situation that might work.
So, Councilmember Andrew, were you proposing to keep language as is, or were you, what page again are you on?
Well, keeping it as is, 2A-15.
2A-15, and so,
And it's item F then, the exceptions?
Yeah.
Basically looking at 1 through 4.
So basically what 1708 is doing is talking about tree replacement, and what you have to do, how many trees you have to plant, what kind of tree it can be, all of that, when you have to plant it. And then, it's E that talks about in lieu fees, which we don't have anymore, so that would come out. And then so you have this obligation to plant, but you don't have it, there's these exceptions if there's no room. And to me, that ends it.
I'm fine with that.
The fact that we have no other reason to get in lieu fees is something surprising, but it doesn't mean that that's not the right answer, is how I'm reading this as well.
Yeah.
It's like we really came up with a nice solution that we think is fair and reasonable, and if it means no in lieu fees, then yeah.
Yeah, because again, looking at the broad scheme of things, somebody comes in with an application to remove a 36-inch oak, okay, that's an important tree, but presumably there's good reasons for removing it, so the director of planning says, fine, then you do the calculation here, and it's however many trees, 3 trees, need to be put in, but if there's no room for them, I mean, presumably you cut down a 36-inch oak, there's going to be room. So I don't see an issue here.
Right, and as long as, obviously there shouldn't be an issue, and we have defined what is in defensible space and recommended where trees can go, then it kind of covers all that. So it's really the intent is I think it's covered, put it that way, without having to be punitive with the exceptions. So I'm fine with the language, and as Councilmember Andori, if you are, based on your initial concern, and now you think that's fine,
Yeah, no, I just raised it because there's this reference to in lieu fees, and we
Yeah.
don't provide for in lieu fees anymore, anywhere else.
right?
So
So tree replacement or,
you rightly pointed out, was that an oversight? Did we?
So just to clarify the scenario, somebody cuts down the large tree, there's room for 3 trees, but they don't want to plant them for whatever reason. That's not an option, basically, we're saying.
That's right, they plant the trees.
They must plant the trees because they're cutting down a protected tree, therefore they must plant.
Yeah, well, okay, so just to flesh that out a little bit, okay, they cut down the 36-inch tree, and they put an ADU on top of the spot. That wipes out then the planting area.
Right.
Should there be some payment for that? Again, I'm coming back, if the tree was cut down for a good reason, then do we need to, we want to replant, but if replanting isn't in the public interest?
I see what you're saying, yeah, so that makes sense. There's rationale for why, that when you do your permit and your application, so like, okay, you can cut that down, so you're building an ADU. I'll throw this out, what if it's one of those, ooh, my mistake?
Oh, well, that's a penalty, that's a.
Yeah, that's the penalty.
That's money.
But then how are you calculating in lieu fees, because there is a penalty, but we have,
Well, those aren't in lieu, though.
yeah. No, I guess that would be a penalty fee, that's true. Okay, that's true. Penalties for violation. I'm trying to think of another reason why we would want.
The only thing I
lieu
can think of,
fees
again,
to-
somebody just didn't
yeah.
want to for whatever reason, aesthetic reasons or whatever, or they just would rather pay the money rather than plant the trees. Are we not allowing that under any circumstance? They'd rather pay the city to plant a tree some other place than have one. We're just not, that's not even a thing we're going to allow. I'm just clarifying, because that's.
See, I would say we don't allow it, because they've come in, they're cutting down a protected tree.
Right.
We're, again, presumably for good reason, and we're saying, okay, now you need to plant, but if there's no room,
Right.
we don't do anything. And if they do have room, I don't think we want them to say, well, but I'd rather not
We're
plant
have a
the
putting
tree.
green than.
Because we're saying, we let you cut the protected tree, we want trees, there's no reason not to plant this tree.
I
Plant the
suppose
tree.
they could not do it and take the penalty, I guess, is the implied
Right.
in lieu fee.
Well, that is one of the penalties, right? If you do not plant within the time period, then you're in the penalty period.
That's correct.
Okay, well, I guess that is the way to do it then.
And on that, how is that enforced? Like, what is the closing that circle, so to speak?
We typically require photographs of the planted tree. We don't have a long-term follow-up mechanism, but we ask for, the applicant to send photographs of the tree in the ground showing, or however many trees, showing that it's there, it's been installed correctly. And it's, at this point, with the new ordinance, it would be during the rainy season, so a better chance of success than summer plantings.
Okay. All right.
We've also found that typically in larger development projects, neighbors are attuned to the development proposal, especially if large trees are coming out. They're attuned to the tree situation, and we often receive reports from the neighborhood that trees are not surviving or were not installed correctly, et cetera. So there is a secondary backup.
I was going to say bounty hunters.
Yeah, and just just to shore that up, major tree removal project, we relied on in lieu fees before because, the trees are a good example along, say, underneath, you're removing wholesale, say, underneath power lines. Well, that's not a good example because you have to do that anyway. So just trying to think of one where this would apply, where we'd want the in lieu fees because it wouldn't be feasible for them to plant. And then if it was a major tree project, that's actually a good amount of money that could go towards trees in another area. So do we want to consider that under major tree, I don't know.
Sorry. We cover that in well, subsection E on the last page.
Okay. Oops, what page is that, Carl?
17, 2A
270,
17,
okay, thank you.
letter E.
That's good. Well, it's good, these questions, just to shore up, yeah. Let me get there. No, it's not, but so.
But it's an appraised value.
Does
It's
that
equivalent.
cover-
It's equivalent, yeah.
And while we're on the topic, I will point out that in speaking to David Clark, who I believe will have public comment in a moment, he was going over this item and noticed that the first whole sentence, a person who destroys or removes more than 25 protected trees, comma, a major tree removal project in violation of this chapter, et cetera. A major tree removal project is defined as someone who's correctly applying for a permit. And so it doesn't make sense to have someone in violation who is correctly applying. So it makes sense to remove that subphrase, a major tree removal project. And so I would suggest including that in our touch-ups. We want to make sure that it's clear that it's someone who is violating this chapter, as in not applying for the permit.
Right. Okay.
So are we going to do a public comment and then
Yeah,
discuss? Or how
yeah,
is that?
sorry, is there any other questions
No question.
up front? Okay.
Would you prefer to have suggested changes now or after public comment?
Why don't we do after public comment, just in case something comes up?
Then Dave Clark's going to take all my,
Yeah. We'll note that. Okay. Is there public comment?
Yes,
besides
Mayor,
David?
we have public comment. We have a speaker in the Don Tatson Community Hall, David Clark,
Great.
to be followed by our virtual participant, Jeff Kowalski.
Thanks, Joanne. I'll try to leave you a couple, Carl. I had some trouble reading the statute. There's some areas which I think are unclear, and I know you want to get this done tonight, so these are suggestions that I think you can handle tonight, and they're not long-term. What I'm looking at is the attachment 2A, so these are pages 2A-1 through, I think, 17, and that's the only thing I have. I'm going to go through this chronologically, I mean, from top to bottom, and it's going to be hard to reference where these are, so I'm happy to hand this to Arlie when I'm done. So let's wait until you can ask me a question as to where it specifically shows up. Otherwise, I'll never get through all these. There were two big things that bothered me. One was there's sort of three action verbs in this statute. There's remove, destroy, and excessively prune. And that term, sometimes you'll see it in here with all three of those terms used together. Sometimes you won't. A lot of times it's remove or destroy, and there's no reference to excessive pruning. It doesn't make a whole lot, I think those should all be the same. I don't think there's a situation where you're going to do one, but not, where those wouldn't be in lockstep. Another little factor, though, in that regard is that there's a definition of destroy, and the definition of destroy includes remove and excessively prune. So you don't really even need all three, I don't think. But I'm just telling you, and I did a search, a PDF search, that shows up in one iteration or another in about 30 places in the statute. So I think for clarity purposes, it would be good to address that. The other thing, another thing that, along the same lines is there's a reference in here to 25% with respect to excessive pruning. Is it more than 25 or is it 25 or more? And that's used in both iterations. So, and we can get, that one's easy to get rid of. But anyway, that's one comment. I'm not going to point out all the lines where that is. On page 1, there's a reference to the Downtown Creeks Plan. I'd like that to be the Downtown Creeks Preservation, Restoration, and Development Plan. I'd like to spell out the whole formal plan. I mentioned there are about 30 of those. We talked about the 25%. There's on page 2A-3, there's a reference to a legally issued building permit. Elsewhere in the document, it's called properly issued building permit. I don't see a reason why those two should be different. I think you can line them up one way or the other. There's a reference on page 2A-4 to a plant, a tree or a plant. And it's the only place in the whole document plant shows up in like a green thing growing out of the ground. And this is a tree ordinance. I'd get rid of the word plant in that unless there's a reason for it to be there. But also that same spot, there's a reference to a creek bank. And elsewhere in the act, we've defined that to be in accordance with Chapter 6-18 of the Flood Damage Prevention Act. I'd put that same language here because that's where it's coming from. Oh my gosh. Well, there's a bunch more, so I'll give these to Arlie, or you can ask me what they are if you want.
Yeah, what other,
Yeah. Okay. All right.
yeah, what are the others? Yeah.
Fair enough. On page 2A-5, there's a reference to tree protection zone. Tree starts with a T, and it's not in the right place here. It's between the M's and the N. So tree protection zone needs to be moved in the definition so it lines up correctly with the alphabetical order. There's a definition of protected tree on page 2A-5, which doesn't really say anything. It says, go look at section 6-1704B. I think that should be cleaned up and just say the definition of a protected tree, go see 6-7, because that's where all those terms are defined.
Yeah. Would you accept something that reads protected tree means a tree that is protected by section 61704B?
Yeah, that gets there, because once you get to 704B, there are other trees. There's a downtown tree, there's a street tree, there's a riparian tree, and that's the place where you see those three definitions. They're not separately defined here, but so you pick up all of those as well. I mean, it's kind of a convenient shortcut, I guess. But yeah, that'd be fine. There's a reference on page 2A-7 to a creek channel. Elsewhere, it's just to the creek. And I'd be consistent on that one too. Frankly, I'd get rid of the word channel because we've used creek pretty consistently elsewhere. And also on that page is the properly issued building permit, which should line up with the other one. The 25% item, that, and Carl, maybe I'm stealing this from you, but on page 2A-8, is where there's a parenthetical reference to excessively pruned, then parens, remove 25% or more of the functioning leaf. Well, the definition of excessively is more than 25. Here, the parenthetical is actually incorrect. It's saying it's referring to 25 or more. I just get rid of that whole parenthetical on that page.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And
remove the parenthetical.
Page 2A-9, there's an explanation of privately maintained street trees, and it's confusing. There's a word in there, there's a reference to an adjacent tree, and it's not clear what that is adjacent to. I'd get rid of the word adjacent because this is set up to address that street tree, and I think we just make it the tree.
Where is that?
That's on page 2A-9. It's in 6-1705 B3. And the very last line there, causing an adjacent tree to die. Well, I think causing the tree that's the subject of this. This is about a street tree. It doesn't say so, but it's about well, the heading does, but it doesn't say the definition of itself. It's just when you get down to that adjacent, it's hard to tell what that means. Is it adjacent to the property? Is it adjacent to the tree that caused the thing in the first place? It just doesn't add anything.
Well, we can discuss. I would say leave it in, but.
Okay. Getting close here. Okay, and then the last one is the one that I already mentioned before about removing the major tree removal project on the last page. So that's what I had. And I will tell you that the remove, destroy, excessively prune, it's a little bit of a challenge because sometimes it's remove, sometimes it's removal, sometimes it's destroy, sometimes it's destroyed, sometimes it's destruction. But those concepts, I mean, the words in there are still, I think we should either use all of them or be consistent with the use throughout.
Thank you for your very detailed reading as usual, David. Thank you. And you have was there another public comment? That's right.
Yes, we have two public commenters in our virtual audience. Our first one is Jeff Kowalski, to be followed by Cheryl McDonald.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. My name is Jeff Kowalski, 1155 Camino Vallecito. Thank you for considering this topic and for hearing my comment tonight. I submitted written comments earlier in support of the revised tree ordinance, so I'm not going to repeat those here. However, I was really heartened by the accomplishments of the team saving the park trees in cooperation with PG&E, and hearing the intensity of the comments regarding the Lafayette Reservoir Tower, celebrating the prior, and not at all diminishing the latter important topic. I move to add that all the trees that we have in Lafayette are very important to our town. Many of our trees are far older than the monument. And in fact, they predate even our settlement date. They're part of our deep history and our valuable present. For trees, though, it's not the seismic or flood threat that imperils them and requires action. Instead, it's climate change. We're already seeing today a broad die-off of trees that were planted under the goals of our prior plan originated 50 years ago. The updates in the new ordinance are an excellent step forward, and I urge you to adopt them swiftly. Yet, as valuable as these changes are, they address only part of the challenge to our town. To truly meet the moment, we need a dynamic approach, one that includes a commitment to regularly reviewing and updating the list of tree species appropriate for Lafayette. Modern arboriculture offers clear guidance on which trees are best suited to adapt to evolving conditions like ours. I ask that council support a process for periodically amending the list of approved trees aligned with those recommendations and best practices, and continually bringing Lafayette into a safer, still greener future. I'm eager to help the city adapt to these changes ahead and retain our outstanding landscape. Let me know how I might assist in any way possible. Thank you very much for hearing my comment.
Thank you for those comments.
Next speaker is Cheryl McDonald, to be followed by Rob Lavoie.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Cheryl.
Oh, wait, I have to turn my computer down. Hang on. I'm hearing myself. Okay. So I wanted to talk about the downtown area. I want to know how many people know that there are light poles that are immersed in trees. And so in the wintertime, when the canopies are thick and the lights are facing up, how many people walk under those trees and don't have light? So that needs to be something that the city considers now with the current situation with the light not making it to the sidewalk and for the future. As you have known, we've talked about this before, that the irrigation system on the east end was let to go to a non-functioning system. So the businesses have had to somewhat get creative into how to make their areas pretty. Some have put fake flowers in. Some have put grass and bark and other things. And so I'm mentioning this because the trees that are there are a problem that there already is a problem with these businesses because of the lack of water. Now they have these trees that were planted by the city that are raising the sidewalk, are dumping the leaves because they drop their leaves, and are leaving the businesses, which are often small mom and pop businesses, open to lawsuits. In the letter that Don Ames sent out, it talks about Russell Beatty's talking about that under no circumstance should property owners be responsible for maintaining trees and other plantings in the city's right of way. and this used to include the sidewalks. Right, so I would like it to be considered by the council and the city that it go back to the way it was, and that the businesses are responsible from their front storefront to the sidewalk. So that they are not set up to, as a mom and pop business, to be under the responsibility for the trees that the city has planted and should maintain. I also like the idea that the city should devote time to reviewing and revising, updating the master plan for types of landscaping that blend and enhance the rural area of the city to be low maintenance, native species, and require low amounts of water. So those are big concerns of mine. My other comment is since this area, this tree ordinance is being updated, were any businesses along the East End or anywhere contacted about this? Because this is a concern for many businesses, especially if they're small mom and pop ones. I think they should have a chance to give their input. So if this is not closed tonight and it's open for a later meeting, that would be great because we can notify the businesses and they can have a chance to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Actually, Cheryl, I have a question for you, just to clarify. Are you saying that, actually, it was a comment that I think Don made, but you're reiterating that the DSPI was saying, oh, the property owner should not be responsible for those trees, even though they're on their property? Like, it depends on if it's a public right of way or not, right?
So the trees that are in consideration are often in the bullouts, which are, I believe, our city property, and are usually on the curb. So they're directly on there's the curb, and then there's a tree often. So it's on if you were on the south side of Mount Dale Boulevard, it would be on the north side of the sidewalk, between the sidewalk and the tree, and often in the bullouts. And the trees were planted by the city. They weren't planted by the businesses.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify that. I appreciate it. Those would be city trees, and if are they city trees or are they property trees? Can you clarify that?
They used to be.
I'm sorry, I'm asking our city attorney. Thank you, Cheryl.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Mayor, I don't think we've changed anything regarding that. That's not been part of this ordinance, and Arlie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's always been the obligation of the property owner to maintain the trees, even if they're on city property from their property,
yes,
including the sidewalk.
That's
okay,
correct.
thank you.
There are some city-maintained trees that we identify in our internal GIS layer. They're only in downtown, mostly along Mount Diablo Boulevard, but they are not all trees on Mount Diablo.
Right.
So the city, I believe, plants and specifically maintains certain trees, and all other trees are the responsibility of the property owner.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. I hope you heard that. But nothing's changed and nothing will change in that right now with this new TPO update. Thank you for that.
Our next speaker is Rob Lavoie.
Welcome, Rob.
Hello?
Yes, hi, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. I apologize for not having read this as well as David Clark did. But I wanted to support Don Ames's letter and refer to my comments on the 12th, which I submitted after the cutoff last meeting. I'm also concerned about the liability for trees that are planted in that median between the parking or the sidewalk and the street. If the city forces someone to accept a tree there and then makes the property owner liable, I think they should have the option of declining the tree. And I also mentioned in my other letter that the tree should be planted, anything that's near streetlight or a power pole, power line should be planted in a size that's not going to grow to where it needs maintenance all the time. Because either the city or the property owner shouldn't be burdened with that. The trees should be designed for the right height. And I hopefully you'll comment on the if you were able to change the lot coverage. There was an exception for requiring replacement trees if the lot was covered a certain percentage by the trees. Because I think with the increasing fire concerns, requiring people to replace a tree with several other trees that are too big for the property is really just creating more problems for our liability. And it sounded like from the city attorney that the property owners are still responsible for trees planted on their property except downtown. But I maybe we need to look at that in the future. But I know my neighbor had to pay for a large oak tree that's probably planted by squirrels that was on the side of his property, but next to the street. So anyway, I guess that's it. Hopefully you guys can discuss some of these things. Thank you.
Thanks,
There are
Rob.
no additional speakers, Mayor, at this time.
Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to council. And Councilmember Ndori, did you have some additional comments you wanted to make in terms of any small edits or?
I can go through this and give what I understand the changes to be, from, including Mr. Clark's. So we can go from the beginning to the end, and, because I think we want to complete this tonight.
We do, so we can move on, yeah.
Okay, so I'll be quick.
Let's all start at the same page. So we're
Yep, starting on page 1.
Okay. Wrong.
So 6/1701A3, there's the phrase there, destroyed or removed. We change that to destroyed, comma, removed, or extensively pruned. Then in B1, just reiterate Mr. Clark's comment that Downtown Creeks include the full title of the Downtown Creeks plan. On the next page, 1702B, the introductory part, where it says arborist report, means a report by an arborist developed in a manner consistent with the guidelines for report writing, insert established by the American Society of Consulting Arborists. In the next paragraph, paragraph C, delete. We no longer use canopy cover or the percentages. Let's see, we're moving ahead now to page 4, and this would be S. Native riparian species or riparian species means a tree, delete, or plant. Going to the next page. Okay, this gets to be a little bit arcane. We had a discussion about this. Under native species, the native species would be Oregon, this is number 11, would be Oregon white oak, Quercus garryana. Okay. Then, as Mr. Clark pointed out, U is misalphabetized, so it needs to be realphabetized. V, protected tree, would be simplified to read protected tree means a tree that is protected by section 6/1704B of this chapter. On the next page, we have, again, Oregon oak would be Oregon white oak, Quercus garryana. So insert white after Oregon. And then, let's see. Yes, that's right. And so then we have as O, white oak, Quercus alba, and we'll just, I mean, I'm willing to let it go. Maybe Mr. Kowal, well, we can't. get help. Quercus alba is actually a Midwestern and East Coast oak. It doesn't grow in California unless all the online research I could do is wrong, but somebody must have put it on here for a reason. So we'll just leave it for now.
So while we're in definitions, can I just do a quick ask about this on Z, where we had remove means to cut down or extract a tree? Were we going to add means to cut down a tree to ground level, or is that in just a different place? Because we did discuss that.
Where is this?
Oh, on Z under definitions, for small, yeah, I'm sorry, 2A7Z. Just so it's thorough, were we going to add that? Or is that in a different area?
The definition previously had cut down completely, and my understanding from your comment at the last meeting was that not all trees are cut down completely. There's sometimes a stump, and so by removing completely, it kind of loosens it up. But if you want to
Okay,
make
so it's up there,
previous-
as long as that's kind of includes, if you're removing a tree, it refers to a tree removed completely? Okay, so it's referred to in the previous page, is what you're saying?
No, apologies. The last time you viewed this draft TPO, remove was defined as means to cut down completely or extract a tree.
Right.
And so we took out completely, which I thought was your comment, but perhaps I got it wrong. So please
Oh,
let me know if you'd like a.
it was completely to ground level.
Okay.
Because the issue was sometimes they leave it half, half the trunk there. So,
But we still want that to be covered.
covered.
So that's why she took the word out.
Okay, so it covers that, cut down to ground level, okay.
So no change to remove.
I guess so, as long as we know we remove, I guess, as long as cut down means, I guess all the variations of what that would mean. Okay.
Well, it would definitely come within excessively prune anyway.
Okay, that's a good point. Very good point, okay.
Okay, on page 8,
What about on page 7, BB, the creek channel, deleting the word channel?
oh, yeah, okay, of a creek, yep, because that makes it consistent.
I didn't say it on the microphone.
Yeah, we'll be deleting, in BB, riparian area, delete the word channel.
I'll also point out that, apologies, there were two small things that were left in as poor formatting. In AA, a class 3 ridgeline has a strike through that would be removed.
Okay.
And down in 1703, there's a section that's underlined that would stay, but the underline would go, just to clarify.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, then on page 8, in 6-1704A, remove the parenthetical, because that's part of the definition, extensively prune, and it's inconsistent, so just remove it, stick with the definition. And then 2 lines down where it says, it is a violation of this chapter for any person to remove or destroy, be remove, destroy, or extensively prune a protected tree. Okay, then nothing else on 8. On 9, in B2, the last sentence of 2 says, trees whose dying or deaths is caused by the property owner, applicant, or other party, it says require a tree permit for removal. I think we just say, do not qualify for this exception. I think that's clearer.
Yes, I think that's best.
And then Mr. Clark, in number 3, talked about the word adjacent. I think the word adjacent works because it's adjacent to the repair area. At least that's the way I would read it. Let's see, and then on page 11, again, we have this case where it says when the removal or destruction, it'd be when the removal, destruction, or excessive pruning.
Apologies, which section was that?
Oh, sorry. 1706E on page 11.
Thank you.
And then nothing on 12 or 13. And then on 14, in 1708A, same thing, it says removed or destroyed, being removed, destroyed, or extensively pruned. Then on the next page, and this would be 1708C3, that can be deleted. Replacement trees shall not be an excluded species as defined, because we're already saying what they would be in 1 or 2.
So what about right above that in species C2? If the removed order on 2A14?
Oh, you're right, there's another one of those.
Yeah.
Well, actually in 1 as well.
Yeah, 1 and 2.
Okay, so the removed, destroyed, or partial, or
Right.
extensively pruned, yep, good catch. So both 1 and 2 have that. Okay, and then the current letter E, use of in lieu fees, that would come out. So we don't have any. And finally, we discussed this before, but on page 17 in section E, the penalties for major tree removal, delete, after it says more than 25 trees, delete a major tree removal project. And that's it.
Can I raise one clarifying point? You've named a number of the situations where we have destroyed or removed. If I find others, is the assumption that I should add or extensively prune?
Yeah. And just to be clear, I mean, that's the way we administer it now. I mean, if somebody extensively prunes a tree, we require them to plant additional trees. Yeah.
Thanks for that clarification. Thank you for your detailed read. Are there any other comments on that? Okay, may I ask, Arlie, with these changes, are they, we can progress this to the next meeting, or is there any other, how?
I will defer to the city attorney. It is my understanding that these are small enough that they could be included in a first reading.
Yes, absolutely. I think you can introduce the ordinance as amended tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for that. With that, the staff recommendation is to waive the first reading and continue to the matter to the December 9th meeting for second reading and adoption. Do I have a motion?
For waive the first reading, continue the matter to December 9th, 2024 for second reading and adoption.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Arlie, thank you. Thank you for all this work.
Thank you all.
For another long, very long project
Yeah.
that's been ongoing and in a condensed amount of time so we could keep moving forward. Thank you very much. Thank you, David. And on to our public comments to make these ordinances responsive to our safety element and to, obviously protecting our trees and our community as well. Thank you all. Thank you. Our next presentation, Sonia, our Assistant Planning Director for the ADU ordinance update.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me today. Last but not least, tonight we have for you a presentation of the ADU ordinance update is zoning text amendment 0124. The ADU ordinance was first adopted in 2016, then revised again in the year 2020. The most current changes are required to comply with state mandates. In addition to the requirements of state mandates, we also have two changes in this packet that our city initiated. In August, the Planning Commission reviewed the updates to the city's ADU ordinance and recommended approval to the City Council. Since then, two new bills were signed into law in September that take effect in January of 2025. Therefore, staff incorporated those changes into the ordinance and took it back to the Planning Commission last week. The Planning Commission again considered this item and recommended approval to the City Council. The primary changes that took place between August and September was a change in what was originally introduced to the Planning Commission as a bonus JADU. We received advice that state law required us to refer to it as a bonus ADU with special features, but we'll take you to those again. Okay. First, I want to give you just a really quick high-level description of the framework of the existing ordinance. So currently, as adopted, every ADU application is a ministerial approval. We are not, staff has not add any additional objective development standards. We do have three classes of ADUs, depending on the features, class A, B, and C. Basically, C is the catch-all feature. If you don't qualify for A or B, then you're a C. We do also have a provision that allows for junior ADUs, a JADU. Those are under 500 square feet within the walls of the existing structure. Typically, the max heights are around 16 and 17, depending on the type of structure. We offer also a 50% reduction of development fees through the year 2026, and any ADUs under 750 feet are not subject to any development fees. So that's just kind of a quick glance of where we are, and then where we're going. This is where we're going. So in 2023, two ADU bills took effect. And these are the changes that you'll see in the ordinance. We went through the ordinance and make sure that we did not include any subjective standards. Everything was objective. So you'll see a lot of changes in the definitions, fine revisions that way. You'll see increases in heights anywhere from 18 feet to 25 feet, again, depending if it's attached or detached, the size, the location. So a lot of factors for us to consider. JDUs must be within the walls of the existing structure. There was some question about whether JDUs can be constructed within a detached garage, and we got clarification on that based on the latest state law. So that's not allowed, so we're clarifying that. And we also received direction based on state law that we have to relax some of our standards for front setbacks, floor area ratio, lot coverage, anything that would get in the way of an 800 square foot ADU. A lot of these practices staff was made aware of, and we are implementing them as a matter of practice, but our ordinance, in fact, was not up to date. So we just want to line up our practice with our ordinance. The two new ones, the 2024 ones, gave us some language around ADUs that were built without permits at JADUs, and state does give us some direction about, again, some flexibility in legalizing those structures. And again, that's to protect housing production and housing options for people and make sure that we're working with them. SB 1211 gave us some language around replacement parking. And again, the trend that you'll see is really a lot more flexibility around ADUs and limiting what types of restrictions a local jurisdiction can apply to them. The existing multifamily properties did potentially qualify for 8 detached ADUs, which is a change from the existing 2. So just to review, the city initiated updates. These were different from the ones that are triggered by state law. We are incorporating section 6565, which is a bonus ADU program. You would potentially saw this or remember this from our housing element implementation plan that was reviewed and approved by HCD. In that case, we proposed a program, Action 2.4, which is part of our affirmatively furthering fair housing. And in that document, we refer to it as a JEDU, but state law is actually really strict about what we can do. We cannot be more, we can't allow more than one JEDU. So instead, we are calling it a bonus ADU, but the features of the bonus ADU are exactly the same as a JEDU. So it will take some training of both staff and the public to explain that even though there is an indication that we have a bonus ADU opportunity, it really is fairly limited. So we would do that. And then finally, you'll see there is the existing ADU ordinance does contain some language around tree protection and replacement. So what we have in your package is two changes. One, the deletion of section 6561 sub O, which is a definition of a protected tree. And then for section 6-566H, under a Class C ADU, we have a list of the types of species that are protected. And what we'll do, given the changes tonight and what we've gone over, is that we'll make sure that those are consistent and they align with what the council has recommended approval. So this is just a quick snapshot. Again, two categories that you see in that package of revisions, those that are required by state and those that are city initiated. I hope those are, we try to just make them as clear as possible so you can see the changes. It is a lot of changes because we had to really be thorough in making sure that all of our language is objective and not considered to be subjective. Recommendation is to introduce ordinance number 695, waive the first reading and continue to December 9th for the second reading and adoption. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. I'll entertain questions. Councilman McCormick.
Thank you. It was, so thank you very much. Seems like most of this is kind of, just kind of codifying what's already being done, so it makes sense. Question, I just have a question on the bonus ADU thing with the low income. Just understanding conceptually, I'm just curious how it works. Like I can understand when it's an apartment or condo where you have certain units that are low income and there's an infrastructure to confirm that your people renting it are low income and then probably checking every year that they continue to maintain qualification. Is that the expectation if like a homeowner creates an ADU that they're actually verifying income like annually to stay, and you kick somebody out if they have more? I mean, that feels like a administrative overhead that a normal, like a standard homeowner would be ill-equipped to do. I'm just kind of curious how that is expected to work. And are we enforcing it, or who's? I don't know. I'm sorry. That's just my question. How this whole thing
That's a
works.
great question. I think it's a question that we've discussed among staff. And part of what we would do is once we refine all these revisions and we have an adopted ordinance, is that we'll go through our ADU program and make sure that all of our forms are clear, the information and the education to the community is clear, including any additional deed restrictions. So we currently have deed restrictions that speak to short-term rentals. They speak to not being able to sell the ADU separately. So we already have that sort of tool. So this would be sort of along those lines. And what we do currently, for example, in our below market rate program is that we do have just annual questions that we send out to people and they send it to us. I think practically speaking, when I've discussed any sort of limitation with people at the counter, and they say, well, I don't want to rent it. Well, we're not going to force anyone to rent it. But if they do rent it, then we are going to ask them, and we could ask them, it could be a Google Doc, it can be something that's kind of very functional, just to say, document to us, we keep a record in case HCD or anyone is checking, we can say, we asked them, they gave us this information, and we document it.
So we're just kind of trust really what the homeowner, that's all, we have no option, really, just trust what they kind of tell us, and yeah.
Pretty much. But we will be checking and referencing and making sure that we have the right system in place to ask.
Thank you.
Councilman Rendere.
Okay, on the staff report, on page 2, under objective standards, height limits, number 3, it says an ADU that is attached to the primary dwelling may be up to 25 feet in height. Right above that, it says, or if it's not, it's detached, it's 18 feet. So if I have an ADU and I attach it to the house, I get an extra 7 feet of height, and that's automatic and objective, and nothing can be, that's it? That's ministerially approved?
Can you please repeat that hypothetical?
Okay, looking under height limits.
Yes.
And number 2 says a detached ADU.
For multifamily.
Oh, that's multifamily.
Yes.
Number 1, on just a
Yes.
single-family lot, it can be up to 18 feet. But number 3 says an ADU that's attached to the primary dwelling may be up to 25 feet.
Yes. So the height calculation is going to be like a puzzle. So it depends where it is, because you can go up to 18 feet if you're within the 1.5 mile of a major transit stop. So it's an incentive. If you're closest to a transit stop, then you can get more height. In the third option, you don't have to be proximate to a high transit stop. You can be just anywhere. So the dwelling heights need to match. So if you already have a second story and you have a 1-story garage and you want to add on top of the garage, then you can match that. So that has nothing to do with whether you're proximate to BART or not.
Okay, so if you
a bit of a
you
recipe.
can't attach your 25-foot ADU to a 15-foot house.
No, it would match the single family, the existing primary
Okay,
residence.
we'll come to that and see if it says
Yeah,
that.
it's a little bit of a recipe, so it kind
Yeah,
of depends.
yeah, I didn't catch that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, on page 6 of the staff report, up at the top, the carryover is talking about tree protection. And the last sentence says, the city cannot impose any tree replacement requirements or similar development standards on Class A or Class B ADU. So does this mean if there is a relatively small lot and the backyard basically has a 48-inch oak tree, which covers the canopy, covers the entire lot, somebody can come in and say, I want to put my 800-foot ADU where that tree is.
Correct.
And nobody can say anything about it.
Correct.
Ooh, that's
It's
sick.
very clean.
That's really sickening.
It's very clean. If you're a Class A or Class B, it's very clean, what you can do and what you cannot do.
Wow. Okay. And so that is in the state law.
Correct.
We have no,
Nothing.
okay. All right, then looking at the ordinance itself, I'm on Exhibit A under 6561G, the definition of efficiency kitchen. Now, I understand that we have to take everything subjective out, and in our existing ordinance, we talk about square footage and seem pretty objective, and now we're saying a food preparation counter and storage cabinet that are of a reasonable size in relation to the JADU.
That's right. And actually, you just reminded me of an edit that we are also recommending, which is to this particular provision to add in relation to a JADU or a bonus ADU to capture the two types of JADUs. So thank you for reminding me of that.
Isn't reasonable subjective then? I mean,
Yeah, that's the epitome of subjective.
I thought so too, yeah.
Yeah, that is, I would normally say that as well, but this, under state law, that's the definition of an efficiency kitchen.
But why are we putting a reasonable requirement here?
Yeah, do we have any
I
discretion
mean,
to make
again,
it better?
The old ordinance spells out number of feet.
15, yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah, it gives a dimension.
it's deleted in the definition of efficiency kitchen, it spells it out.
Yeah, my recollection is that it's in the JADU changes.
Okay, well, I guess, yeah, it says under efficiency kitchen, counters that total at least 3 square feet in area, not more than 15 square feet, and then food storage cabinets that total at least 3 square feet in area, no more than 30 square feet. So it's absolutely objective. But we're taking that out and putting in a reasonable standard.
I can look into it. I think it's because that's the way the JADU, the current JADU state law describes an efficiency
Okay,
kitchen.
so if that's in the law, okay. And then in I, height, now we've got some new language here. This is very interesting. In determining the height, appurtenance attached to an accessory dwelling unit, let's see. Well, it goes on to say that these things are accepted from the height limit calculation. So what we're accepting from the height limit calculation are penthouses, cupolas, spires, belfries, domes, and so forth. So I can design my 13-foot high house and put on a 20-foot cupola, which neighbors would love. And that's okay? That doesn't count as the height? I didn't understand this.
So there, the change is because state law does not allow us to cross-reference sections. So instead of cross-referencing section 6513, which is a typical height exception section, we incorporated the actual language. So that is the classic exemption, height exception that we typically work with.
Okay, so if so somebody comes in with a home design with a belfry, that's not counted in the height? Or a dome?
We don't. And I think we saw this more recently in the Park Theater feature. We saw there was a projection for the elevator tower. I don't know if you have that recollection, but we counted that as part of the height exception.
I think we should follow up on that. Molly, is that something that's understood? I mean, like a flagpole sitting on top, you'd think there'd be some issues with these items adding to the height of a building. So that's just a state law, no other, this definition applies?
I mean, penthouses.
I know, a penthouse. I mean, how do you define a penthouse to say, well, that's just my second story penthouse?
But it says also oil derrick. I mean, I don't understand this list at all. I assume there's some sort of copy and paste from a state regulation. That's how I kind of
I
read
know,
it.
I think
Sonia, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying we copied it from our existing ordinance.
It's the cross-reference, that's the
Yeah,
existing
it's
ordinance.
from our own municipal code.
Right, so I think it just seems questionable. So it's from our code, but originally then it was from state code can we verify that, or we just?
NERB's going to look, but we think it may just be from our own code and not from a state standard.
Right, but our own code then is saying if we come in with an ADU application that's got a 20-foot flagpole, just an example, or it's got a 20-foot belfry or a 30-foot water tower, we don't count that as height? Okay.
As Mala looks into it, typically our experience is that a water tower, a television tower, they're installed on the ground level, not on the top of a building. So that's why those height exceptions seem more.
Okay, so you're saying if you build an ADU and you attach to it in the ground a flagpole, it can be 30 feet?
The flagpole can be 30 feet if it's on the ground, it's ground mounted.
Or if we put a spire coming out of the ground, it can be 30 feet.
Yeah,
But look at that last sentence. In all cases, parapet, those are just firewalls.
3
though.
feet,
Parapets,
Parapets on top.
right? But those are not higher than 3 feet. But all these other ones have no limit.
Yeah, and it also says any necessary mechanical appurtenance, like who defines necessary, and that seems subjective
Well,
too.
that would be, I think, I imagine your elevator. That's how I kind of assumed that was your elevator
Necessary
housing machinery on
appurtenances,
top.
but
Okay.
that's open for interpretation too, because
Maybe
you're saying, I guess it's
leave that
elevator.
with the city attorney and.
Right. So I guess if it's just pulling from the municipal code, then the right thing would be to change the source, right?
Yeah.
Really not, we can't address it here, and this is part of the ADU thing anyway, right? We have to address it at the source.
Oh,
No, we
right.
can't,
Yeah.
no, the source doesn't matter for this purpose. We can't cross-reference.
That's right.
Put it where we want.
That's correct. Well, that's why this is for Class C, this is the definition of height. And the definition of height is what you see in our typical calculation of height. And instead of cross-referencing the exception section, we added the actual language. So
Well,
if the concern is with the current exception.
Yes, and that's
section.
found in, Narup just found it. It's in our Muni Code 6-513. It's a general reference to building height, and it specifically says the limits of heights of structures established in this Part 2 of this title for any district shall not apply to chimneys, stacks, fire towers, radio towers, television towers, water towers. Goes on and on.
Okay, but, and everything you've mentioned has a utility feature to it, but
Cupolas,
belfries, domes, and monuments do not.
cupolas is listed, belfries don't.
But
We
they're
just
in
copied
there.
it. It's all in there. It's 6-513. I can read the full list.
No, no, that's
It's-
okay. I've just, I mean,
part of
maybe no
the-
one's ever applied for a belfry in Lafayette, and we haven't
Yeah.
come face to
Been
face
lucky.
with it.
Yeah, so it is just a direct copy from our existing code.
Okay,
And
all right.
it's
Well, so-
currently what is part of our ADU ordinance.
Okay,
But do we have the ability to change that here if we so choose?
Yes, but it would only then apply to ADUs because we otherwise have
Correct.
it. Yeah.
yeah,
But,
but
you know.
I don't see a problem with that. It only applying to ADUs, because, I mean, an ADU
We
with a
do need to
belfry.
double check that if we could have restrictions that only apply to ADU, that
Yeah, I
level
don't
of
know.
restriction, but presumably we can. If we can, is there a desire to omit some of these exceptions?
Can we
Okay.
Or all of them?
Okay,
remove that?
well,
Yeah.
just for what we need to accomplish, looking at the big picture, so we go forward with this, and maybe we come back in a few months if we want to take this out, because I think we want to move this along to get it approved on the 9th, right? And this is not, I mean, again, I don't think we anticipate a belfry application.
That's right, it's probably not pressing, it's probably good for clarity overall, but.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so on the next page, just a question, there, oh,
Are
Are
we
we
in-
removing
Are we
it,
in
or-
questions or are we in discussion?
We're,
This is
yeah,
questions, so we're still.
Oh,
gonna-
okay.
I can come back and discuss this later.
okay.
All right, please go ahead.
okay. Well, K is livable space and L is living area. And I didn't go through to make sure each of those was actually used. So I'll just have to rely on your saying, yes, those are separate definitions for separate purposes.
Yes, and that's part of, I'm not sure which one of the 2014,
Okay,
2024 changes.
okay. All right, and then on the next page with section 6563B4, we come back to that attached ADU may not exceed 25 feet. I don't see any of that other qualifying language there.
Which one, I'm sorry? Which section are you on?
Well, there's no page numbers. It's 6563B4. And my question is, are there any qualifiers to the 25-foot height?
Is the desire to have that 25-foot height only exist if it matches the height of the primary dwelling?
Right.
Yeah, because it talks about the height limitation imposed by to the primary dwelling. It doesn't say the height of the primary building.
Right.
So the underlying zone that applies could be, what do we have, 39 feet as our standard? Something that's in the 30-foot area.
So I think we could tighten that definition to make sure it doesn't exceed the height of the primary dwelling.
Okay, great, great. And then my other question, okay, well, that probably answers it, because my other question was going to be, where did the 17-foot trigger go? That just doesn't apply to ADUs? Is that
So now the range is between 18 and 25 for the Class C.
Okay, so
For Class C.
so our review trigger does not apply for ADUs then? I mean, if something's above 17 feet, then we look at privacy effects on neighbors,
Oh, for ADUs?
it doesn't apply, I take it.
No.
Okay. And then next question is subsection F, the rental term. No ADU or JADU may be rented for a term that's shorter than 30 days. Is
Correct.
that our existing?
Correct.
Okay. So Airbnbs are, okay. I'm getting to the end of my questions. This goes way back, okay. Section 6566, this is Class C ADUs. Under G, architectural requirements. Each ADU subject to this section shall comply with the following development standards. Number 1 is the ADU's exterior, including the walls, trims, windows, doors, shall be the same material, texture, and color as those of the primary dwelling.
Right.
Are we enforcing that?
Yes.
Okay.
For
Okay,
Class C,
guess
yes.
It seems like there are some ADUs out there that are different.
Maybe if there's an A or a B.
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
It's from a staff perspective, we still look at it and try to encourage applicants to consider the architectural exterior.
Yep.
But Class C is the opportunity where we can provide that comment.
Okay, then at the bottom, the tree protection section begins, that's in H. And I just want to confirm, the way I read this is that tree removal is at will. If you're doing an ADU, you don't need to apply, you just take out the tree. If you just apply for your ADU, you're saying it's going where the trees are and you get your ADU approved and you cut the trees.
Well, they do have to call it out, and for Class Cs, they do have to include that information in their site plans to show us which trees and,
Right, but it doesn't, they have to show us, but we can't do anything, right?
right, we cannot require a tree permit.
Yeah, so they can just cut the tree.
And part of the function of that is to, since it's a ministerial permit, then we talk to them about it, we'll still discuss this, and we can point to the information that they provide us about the existing trees and what their plans are for it, and then we can tell them with what to replace it with. There's just no extra permit that we can require. So we still engage with them and get that
but
information.
We can't require them. We can discuss.
I think we're very persuasive staff.
Okay, good, good. All right, and then the next one is creek setback. My question there is that, does this mean that even if, let's say, the creek setback extends to the house, takes the entire backyard, we have to allow them to put at least an 800-foot ADU, be able to have an 800-foot ADU?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so
and
creek setback.
one of the refinements that we see is that if there's any projections, any porches or decks that cannot encroach, it's just the actual building
Okay.
that can. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, please. Hi, so I had sent off something to Narup saying if somebody could make a statement about why we do this. I mean, is there a requirement by the state for each city to adopt their own duplicate ordinances whenever state laws change? Or is that just a best practices approach? And so can you explain that?
Yes, so state law provides guidance as to what the local jurisdictions can do, but we also have an opportunity to add some additional features. So by adopting our own ordinance, we can add some of our own components as well. So language around short-term rentals and deed restrictions to some extent, we can add those types of things. Anything that's considered, that we consider objective standards that's different from the state, we can add those things as well. If we want to be more flexible, like I said, not with JDUs, but if we wanted to be more flexible, more accommodating for ADUs, we can do that as well. So by adopting our own ordinance, we can take into consideration the community's interests and make something that's favorable to the city.
So it's like a best practices?
Correct, best practices.
Yeah.
Correct.
Councilmember Kendall, are you asking the question, if state law changes, and it seems to change a lot every year, is our cities mandated to adopt them into the code? And the answer is yes. We cannot not follow state law, and I want to make sure that I'm correct.
Yeah, yes, we have to follow state law, but if your concern is it's changing so frequently, so we're spending staff time amending this ordinance and bringing it back to you pretty frequently. I think this last update in state law had kind of a poison pill that if we didn't make the amendments, then our ordinance was void. And so I don't know if the previous revisions had that same sort of requirement, but this one specifically did. So that was why I think there was a rush to bring it forward. So as Sonia mentioned, all of the kind of unique features we put into this ordinance for this community would still be in effect.
So, but if we had never done any adoption, so we didn't go for all those amenities, if we had never adopted one, we wouldn't have to do it.
Yes, I think that's correct. If we just stayed strictly with state law, but then we wouldn't have some of the updates that were previously mentioned.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So my question was on the bonus ADU. I guess it's on page 5 of the staff report. The terms of the low income deed restrictions were short. They're a lot shorter than the other cities.
Yes.
Do you have any comment about, why we should do that? Or was that just part of our housing element that we said it was going to be that long? That was the 5 years for VLI and
5
10
and
for,
10.
was that actually in our housing element? Or are these suggestions for us tonight?
I think these are recommendations that we have based on the other 2 jurisdictions that we were able to find that also had similar programs. I studied the implementation plan all the time, and I don't think that we were that specific to say 5 and 10, but I can check.
Okay.
Yeah, we can talk about it in discussion.
Thank you.
That's a good question.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Okay. Is there public comment on this?
Mayor Dawson, I have no speaker slips on this item, and I have David Clark who has a speaker slip. And I have one hand raised in our virtual audience.
Thank you.
Dave Clark, I'd like to follow up on Councilmember Nduri's question about the creek setback. I'm not seeing, I see the changed language that refers back to A3. What is it, I can't think about how to do this other than a question. What is it in A3 that causes the limitation or the potential encroachment into the creek setback? I'll ask that question, and if you can answer it, great. But
I'm sorry, can you reiterate that, repeat that question?
yeah,
What is it in A? It was about the creek setbacks. What was the specific?
well, the creek setback section.
It's on page 25 of the staff report. That
Yes.
includes a lot of stuff.
So it says, subject to subsection A3 above, okay? So you go up and look at A3 above, and there's a kind of a laundry list of things. I'm not sure which of those it is that would cause a limitation on the setback, if you will, or encroachment into the creek setback. There's an open space, there's a minimum 800 square feet size.
Oh, it's subject to the size of the unit itself, whether it's a class A, B, or C, I believe it's.
No, I think that's referring back to the section that says you have to allow an 800 square foot ADU.
Right. Oh,
Similar language as in SB 9, right? We've abandoned all of our
Right.
setbacks and everything like that and allow the minimum size to get in. So if we can't, they have to be allowed to do that 800 square feet if there's even abandoning all of our setbacks.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah.
Not good, but thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Ready for the next speaker? Okay, Rob Lavoie.
I wanted to follow up on the idea of the state law pretty much wipes out most of our objective standards. But I remember reading somewhere, and I can't remember where, that there was a court case and this related to one of these state mandates. And but in the court case, the court actually went back to the city's objective standards. And so the idea that I got out of that was, and this wasn't my thinking, it was in the article, was that if the city wants to have any objective standards that would be maybe helpful in a court case, if they're being sued by the developer or property owner or whoever, if you do keep your objective standards, even if they're generally ignored by the state, that they may be helpful in a court situation. And maybe Mala can comment on that, but it seems like if there's anything that we can do to protect our city and resident interests, we should do that, even if the state, bulldozes over it most of the time. It could come in handy in a lawsuit. So I would just say, if there's any instances where we can keep the objective standards that we want, let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. I would just comment on that we are trying to tighten our objective standards to be more precise so that they aren't interpreted as subjective standards. So if that helps to your question, we're not, even though these new state standards, these new state laws basically allow for more than we would want, we still have our objective standards in place. Are there any more public comments?
You have no additional speakers at this time, Mayor Dawson.
All right, we'll bring it back. We'd like to start off discussion of any of the items we were referring to in question. Well, we're going to follow up on a few things. Oh, thank you.
Oh, sure. I'd like to revisit the height definition that's on page 2 of the appendix. And, sorry, Exhibit A, second page, H. And again, that was with regard to the appurtenances being exempted and those being radio towers, television towers, windmills, oil and gas well derricks, wind chargers. And I just want to re-ask the question, if we have some leeway here to edit this and in the spirit of modernizing our language and policies and not using really outdated and why use words that nobody's going to do. Let's see what the intent is. For example, on an ADU, what I could see are common things that builders might face is, what about a satellite dish? That's something that might fall under, I don't know what in here, television tower, but why don't we just use the word satellite dish, since that exists nowadays, and that's probably more likely than, and also solar panels. That's certainly something that could be, 6 or 8 inches off the deck that people might want clarity on. That might be a mechanical appurtenance, but why don't we just define it? So I would suggest we add satellite dish, solar system, TV antenna in lieu of TV, television tower. But then I suggest deleting words like oil and gas well derrick, windmills and wind chargers. If you have or grain elevators, and those just being terms that I think are not, I think we don't have to be exhaustive and point to the things that we're really not going to see. And then I would just say, as a substantive matter, how do we feel about a penthouse? Because I do think that becomes a loophole then, that you could add a second, oh, that's just my penthouse, and it is quite substantive, but let's not put it here if we don't mean it. This is our chance, I think, to just clean up this language.
I will say the penthouse is the one thing that stands out as actually, that's a living space. It makes no sense to be in it as an exception to height limit of a living space, right? Everything else are some sort of structures you could add on, but yeah, I would agree.
Could we limit it to necessary mechanical appurtenances, appurtenance, I can't say that word, including what you just described, satellite dishes, and aren't we not supposed to be building chimneys now going forward in state?
There'd be aesthetic chimneys as well.
Oh, aesthetic, well, do we want that? I mean, do we want aesthetic chimneys to go? I mean, this is our,
It's hard to.
if we're, I mean, realistically.
Yeah, I would just say the word necessary mechanical appurtenance, you could say, well, a satellite dish is not really necessary.
That's true.
Or a solar system is necessary, but anyways, I think somehow necessary.
Everything you're mentioning is actually something that could be bolted onto a structure and then taken off of a structure, right? That's kind of the
Right.
definition, right?
That's
Solar
a good point.
panels, satellite dish, you know,
Removable.
everything. I mean,
yeah.
that seems to be like the, versus something that actually integral to this, to the structure, like a penthouse
might
or a chimney, right? I mean, I don't know if somehow we can use that as a dividing line to kind of have a little more coherence to the measure.
Because these other items are built. Well, I don't know, there's a lot of these are television towers, radio towers, I guess, but still,
Sort of an eclectic mix of
it's
things.
really,
I just think
really
like,
weird,
in
yeah.
the spirit of like modernizing the language and really taking this opportunity to, even if those words were there 50 years ago, let's just use this opportunity to
Clean it
modernize
up,
it. Let's
yeah.
not keep perpetuating it if.
Yeah,
we
assuming it
can.
doesn't, I guess the question would be, back to Councilman Dura's point, is this, are we getting so far into the changes that we can't move forward with our timeline that we need to do it?
Yeah, I would just say this has 45 minutes of discussion written all over it. And I just think we go
Well-
ahead and we come back next year and.
Let me ask this then, what about, since this is referring to the older code and we can't do that, can we not include it, basically? Since we don't need to refer to it. I mean, the whole thing is questionable, so what about that? And then we revisit it if necessary. I mean, do we really need to include this? The reference to the old?
You just want to take out the entire,
Yeah, I mean, if we're not allowed to reference the old code, do we actually need to reference the old code?
If we are allowed to remove it and have different standards, then in theory, we could delete that whole red line section and not get into the weeds about
Yeah.
a penthouse versus other things. I don't know if there's a desire about the, the necessary mechanical appurtenance, if,
That might be the only exception.
right,
Yeah.
Right?
exactly.
Yeah.
so you're saying we could actually
I'm
redefine
proposing, yeah.
height and remove everything from the word,
Except for necessary mechanical.
Yeah,
put everything from puternsis, or whatever that word is, all the way to the end, right?
Yeah.
and maybe we leave out necessary and just say.
And those have to be not higher than 3 feet or something,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
just eliminate.
Not higher than 3 feet speaks to the
Yeah.
parapet walls or firewalls.
that's right.
Okay.
Specifically. And the necessary mechanical appurtenances should be attached. So,
Okay.
no standalone.
Is that,
Sorry, could you read the suggestion again?
oh, I'll just propose to remove that whole paragraph, except for the very end. Let's see how to do that.
Well, No, if you leave in, if you start out appurtenance as attached to an accessory building,
Get rid of all that.
including necessary mechanical, appurtenance, somebody can make the argument that anything is an appurtenance.
Yeah,
I think you have to
right.
take the whole thing
Yeah,
out.
I think
Okay.
that's a good way to go.
That'd be,
about it.
that'd be, I was
Just
suggesting.
say
I'm good with that.
necessary mechanical.
I think we
necessary
just try to remove
mechanical
the whole thing.
appurtenances attached to buildings are exempted from the height limit calculation.
That's I think
what
that
we're
was the
saying. Yeah.
thought that
Yeah.
Gina and I were
Correct.
going for.
Yeah. Again, presuming we can have the different definitions, that's.
Right.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the first sentence ends with structure, period,
Right.
and then the next sentence would read, necessary mechanical appurtenances attached to buildings are accepted from the height limit calculation.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
We can always augment it later, but I think this is not, you're right, this is the opportunity.
Okay, we're getting goofy. All right, we'll continue on. That was.
That was the
not
only
that- okay.
comment
Other items brought up,
I think that Carl brought up, it was the same thing I was going to talk about, what was the definition of efficiency kitchen, and how the state law is totally, unobjective, and we probably should keep our original one in. Can we just keep that in, even though it's,
We can confirm that, and if we can keep the original one in, that's what we'll do.
okay.
Okay, but can we get through tonight on that?
Yes, I think we've got the direction. both of the two issues that you've pointed out are really only limited if state law prohibits us, but otherwise, I think we have the direction from you to make the revisions if we're not limited by state law.
Okay, and then the third one you're going to look at is 5634, and we're going to make clear that it can't exceed, okay. And I think that's it. Well, I want to follow up because I had a question too about the
Terms.
the terms, yeah, on the very last page. For low income, affordable restrictions shall apply for a minimum of 5 years and low income 10 years. I mean, that just struck me as low. But are there other cities that have time periods that short?
There aren't that many other programs out there.
Yeah, I did see, I think for the Planning Commission, those numbers, there was 2 other cities. And this 5 to 10 years was still lower than that. And I think Director Wolf mentioned that's easier to amortize for the owner, you know, that cost of building for the VLIs and LIs. But I would like to see a higher term. If you're gonna build it, we're gonna have it in our inventory. That's even a low time for someone to be renting that space. So I could see at least 10 years. But any comments on that? What do you think, Councilor?
Yeah, I would support 10.
10 for both. I noticed how the moderate was a longer term. So would you support 10 and 15, like bumping it up, or?
Sure, add 5 to both.
It is what San Diego, I mean,
Yeah,
that's exactly what
yeah.
San Diego is, it's 10,
Similar.
10 and 15, so.
Right.
That seems, yeah.
Well, but we're not restricting moderate. So San Diego's 10-10 for very low and.
Yeah.
That's right, and the
Sure.
15 year for moderate, but yeah, they're 10-10, right?
Right.
So 10-10 is fine.
10-10.
Yeah.
Yes, at least 10-10. Okay. I didn't have any other questions. That was, the term was something I wanted to bring up too. Any other comments? Okay. So are these again nominal enough changes that we can move it forward?
Yes. You can
Okay.
introduce as amended.
The recommendation is to introduce this and waive the first reading and continue the matter to December 9th for second reading and adoption. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I'll second it. Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I am an aye.
Okay.
That would like to move that forward. Thank you, Sonia and
Thank you.
Anna. I know this was a lot of work. And we're trying to get it into before this finish line of the year. So I appreciate council, your and planning commission, and definitely all the work by staff on this. It was not an easy lift. Okay. Thank you, Sonia, for being here. With that, we will move to items removed from the consent calendar, which was the minutes, item 9A.
And Joanne already has the suggested edits, and it was changing a word to tariffs, because I brought up
Oh.
our company stockpiling for
Yeah.
tariffs.
That was good.
And I have Ms. Fulmer, who also requested this be
Yes.
removed. Would you like to hear her suggested edits?
Yes, please.
Ms. Fulmer, you been allowed to speak.
Thank you very much. Yes, I would like to comment on the public comment by Libby Henry. Libby requested that Lafayette stands united against hate, that the council direct staff or the police to conduct an investigation and find the origins of posts on nextdoor.com and other social media outlets of the nasty, false, and smear campaign against candidate Lauren Herpich, which should not be happening in Lafayette. And I wanted to echo that. I could offer a couple of suggestions as to
I'm
where
sorry,
you may.
Jean, this is actually for edits to the minutes. It's not necessarily comments on the minutes for substantive changes to what was said.
But it's an agenda item and I'm commenting on the agenda item.
No, well, it's basically just to make edits or changes to them, not actually commenting on the nature of those comments.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly, thank you, Vice Mayor Kwok reminds me, you can come to our actually public comment time. I'm sorry, maybe if we had known that was your comment, we could have asked you to make this comment earlier. But you can come to our next meeting and make those comments. December 9th. Thank you, Gina.
I would,
Yeah.
I will, yeah, I will do that.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Okay. Oh, can we have a motion to pass those minutes with the amendments?
So moved?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That has passed. I'm an aye. Item 9A, the minutes are accepted. All right, now we'll move on to council and commission reports, starting with the, well, actually, does anybody have anything to report?
Yeah, I just have a question for the city manager on future agenda items. What is the plan now for the housing element? Sonia.
Glad you stick around. We're currently polishing up the staff report, and it will go to the planning commission next week. December 2nd, sorry, December 2nd. And then we are intending to bring it to you the following Monday, December 9th?
December 9th.
Yes,
Okay.
December 9th.
Okay, and then we'll have a special meeting.
I don't know if that'll be.
It takes 2 meetings?
Yeah, so our intention is to bring it to you at least once before the year ends, and depending on the level of feedback. I thought that we were not available for December 16th for a special meeting. So our goal is December 9th.
I believe the 16th is,
It is
it works.
Okay.
It's possible.
Okay, so I'll work with
Good.
the calendar.
Okay, yeah, I know, we're talking about the agenda, so I think I'm within scope of comment here. I would really like to see us complete the housing element in 2024, so that the 30-day period for zoning can start during the holiday period.
Just to be clear, for zoning, it's similar to the ordinances we just heard, it's an introduction, and then a second meeting to adopt, which must be done at a regular meeting, and then 30 days thereafter.
Oh, it has to
for
be
the
done,
zoning
so there's
ordinance.
no way we can do it before the holidays?
Not for the zoning ordinances.
So if there's a special meeting, it would just be to get through the second reading and make sure we can move it on as early as possible in the
It
new
would
year?
just be to have the first introduction.
Okay.
So will we have the zoning on the 9th?
It has several components. General, we have to, the city council has to re-adopt the housing element, adopt the addendum to the certified EIR, the zoning text amendments, and the rezoning of the parcels. Those are it. So that's a lot of components. And the amendments of the maps and the general plan amendment of the land use
That
element.
would all happen, that would happen typically in more than one meeting, or how would that?
Well,
Right.
no, well, let me just precisely, what is the sequencing? Does the housing element have to be finally adopted before we can consider the first meeting of zoning?
They will all be concurrent.
Okay, they can all be concurrent. All right, so, okay, but, so we can adopt the housing element at a special meeting, correct? Okay, but we can't adopt the zoning at a special meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
We will bring all those elements to you at the same time.
And it has to be 2 meetings.
Okay, so
Right,
the
zoning,
9th,
correct.
hopefully all those elements will come to us. We may or may not be able to have the special meeting to adopt on the 16th, and then from there, the other meetings in January that have to happen for zoning would happen in the new year, but we could potentially adopt it this year, basically, if, okay, thank you.
Well, but just to be clear, we're not, according to the HCD letter, we're not considered to have finally approved,
A certified.
certified
Housing element.
is it until the zoning goes into effect? Or is it till we've adopted the zoning?
The language in their letter says adopted.
Hmm?
The language in their letter says adopted. So we would have to submit it again to them.
Well, we can't finalize the zoning until the first meeting in January, the first regular meeting in January. So let's assume we do it then, and we notify HCD. But at that point, do we have a certified housing element? Or do we have to wait 30 days until the zoning goes into effect?
We won't have a certified housing element until HCD provides that certification to us.
Okay, so what do we need to provide HCD to get the certification? Is it notice that we've adopted the zoning, or notice that the zoning, the 30-day period has expired and the zoning goes into it? I'm assuming there's a 30-day period after the second zoning meeting before it becomes effective? Is that wrong?
You're not wrong in terms of effective date, but I think Sonia's comment is that we can send off the housing element back to HCD once we've adopted the ordinance. We don't have to wait the 30 days for the effective date. So that can start that process.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can simultaneously track some of the time.
Okay, so the earliest we can get something to HCD is the week of January 12th.
And maybe we are kind of going a little long on this, and it's not agendized, but maybe we can schedule out a schedule that can be passed out and made public.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other updates? Nope. Okay. Trying to think here. I don't think so. Okay. With that, we'll move on to the Creeks Committee appointment. Councilmember Andori, would you like to introduce that?
So we have one vacancy on the Creeks Committee because of Austin Payne's departure. Chair Will Elder and I met with Douglas Bleakley. His application is in the materials. The one thing that you should know, you probably noticed from looking at his application, he is not a Lafayette resident. We confirmed with the city clerk that for this particular committee, it's not necessary to be a Lafayette resident. In the interview, he appears to be a very strong candidate and appears to us will keep up the work that the other 6 members of the Creeks Committee are doing. He's right now spending at least half his time with Sustainable Contra Costa. He's looking for something else to be doing. I think he'll be a very active member. So that's the report. If there are questions, then I can make the motion eventually.
Yes. Is there any questions, comments? Okay, in that case.
Okay, so the only thing to change here in the third whereas, if we could change citizen to person, and then in the therefore the following name person. So we move adoption of the resolution appointing Douglas Bleakley to the Creeks Committee for a term that expires January 30th, 2026.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Pardon? Oh, was there comment?
I was just confirming there was no public comment.
Okay, thank you. There's no public, is there public
Jean Fulmer
comment?
has her hands raised.
Oh, she does, okay. Actually, Jean, if this is related to this agenda item?
It is. It's
Okay,
related to this agenda item. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Sure.
Yes, I wanted to suggest that the city council come up with a process for appointments that is consistent. When I applied for the environmental task force opening on August 20th of 23, I was the only applicant. I followed up and was subsequently instructed that the city council generally waits until there are more than one applicant to fill a vacancy. That was on September 25th of 23. Following that, another person did apply, and then there was a very robust public, advertisement for that position, and I think maybe 5 of us ended up applying for the vacancy. I'm not seeing that advertisement for this position, especially considering that this applicant is from Walnut Creek. So I would like you to establish a consistent application process so certain folks who apply for your commissions don't feel that they're being treated differently or unequal to any other applicants. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean, for that comment. Okay.
Yeah.
Please.
Just like, I think that's a very good comment. And I think I think we should consider establishing guidelines so that all staff members and chairs of committees and commissions are aware of, you know, a need to advertise, you know, under what circumstances we would interview if there's just one applicant. Yeah, because again, I understand that comment because many times I've asked, you know, how long we've been advertising this. Are there others that may be out there? So I think it would be good if, you know, maybe I don't want to put any more work on staff, if subcommittee of the council could work on some guidelines and, you know, but obviously.
Or it should be part of our milestones discussion? Should be part of our.
Well, that's a good idea. Yeah. I mean, I would make an observation. You mean do it as part of our goal setting?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. I mean, one thing that it seems to me is that we're getting good applicants for our commissions. And at one point, a comment could have been made that we're not getting enough good applicants. I don't think that's the case now. I think we're getting good applicants. But I understand this comment, given the experience with this, well, it's not the same committee, but we should have something that we've established standards.
I agree. Let's review that because the commissions are so important to how we function, and we want to treat these everyone who's coming out with all fairness and due respect. Okay. With that, there was a motion and a second. Pardon? Yeah, we didn't vote. Oh, we did vote? Right, and now we'll bring it back to the vote. Okay. So we had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. So welcome to our new Creeks Committee member. And we are on to the appointment to a member to our Planning Commission. And Councilmember, would you like to take this or would you like me? Okay. We've interviewed, and this is another one, obviously, of a very important commissions. And we have a gentleman, Roger Demings, who applied. He's new to our community. He's a legal background, very esteemed. And he brings a great vision as well as a great legal background to this position, which is necessary as a young family who's growing and is determined to see us grow because he was attracted to all the great things and wants to see us preserve that. I think he'd be a great addition to the Planning Commission. Councilmember Andrew, do you have any other comments?
Well, apropos of the last comment, I would just point out that we had 3 applicants that we interviewed. And all 3 applicants were exceptional. And we had to pick 2. And we picked 2 which were appointed at our last meeting.
Yes.
And one of those, the day after the meeting, said something had happened with his mother and he wouldn't be able to spend the time on the committee. So he withdrew, and we had our 3rd person who was equally as good. And so this is, yeah, I'm very happy to support this appointment.
Yes. Are there any public comments or comments actually from council? And are there any public comments?
Jean Fulmer, I still see your hands raised. Would you like to speak?
Thank you very much. And thank you, Councilmember Enduri, for your clarification on this appointment and for your consideration of my earlier comment.
Thank you, Jean. Are there any other public comments?
No additional comments at this time.
All right. That. Make the motion.
Okay. No, I move adoption of the resolution appointing Roger Deming to the Planning Commission for a term expiring June 30th, 2026.
I said I'd like to second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Welcome, Roger, who is here. Thank you, Roger. Thank you for coming and being witness to this in one of our later meetings we've had in a while. So, thank you. We look forward to your contributions to the Planning Commission. As you know, there's a lot of growth ahead of us, so we'll appreciate your assistance with that. Right, with that, we will move on to no written communications. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. There is. There is a petition for permission to light the menorah on December 25th. And is there any comments?
I've attended this before. It's a wonderful event. I think it's a good use of bringing the public together, so it's exciting.
Yes. Any comments? Any public comment?
No public comment on this item?
Is there a motion?
Discuss and direct.
What kind of motion do we need on this?
Just allowing him to put up the menorah, giving him permission.
Oh, to go ahead and light the, do the lighting and do what we need to do?
Sure, I'll move that we approve Rabbi Israel Lebkowski's request for permission to place the menorah in Lafayette Plaza for the month of December 2024 and the lighting to take place on Wednesday, December 25th at 4:30 p.m.
Okay, I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm an aye. That passes. So thank you to Rabbi for that celebration, sharing that with the community. And as it is Thanksgiving week, I'd like to adjourn with thanks, first off, because it is still, we celebrated Veterans Day not too long ago with many thanks to all our service members who are in service now and have served before and who have made the ultimate sacrifice as well. So thanks to them and their families. And also very happy Thanksgiving to our community. To you all. Thank you.